there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let them know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show them who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Said I might be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away? Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away?
What's happening, people? It's your post-match show live. Tottenham. Oh my God. Fulham 3. Tottenham Hotspur 0. There is so much to discuss, and I am going to rip tonight. I tell you now, the gloves are off, people. I know there's a lot of other people that feel passionate as well. Look, let me say hello to everyone. Let's get the show started. We've got 200 people already in the building. I mean, that alone tells you either people are angry, people have come to banter us, or we've got bigger problems. But look, if you are watching, like, subscribe, follow the channel. Make sure you follow the Hotspur Hood. Make sure you follow Charlie Rodrigo's, Adrian's Facebook page. I'm sure we've got more people that are going to come on as the show goes on. But look, very quickly, I just want to do the hellos, not a speech about the game because we are going to get into the game. I just want to see if everyone's all right. So, Dan, how you doing? You all right, my man?
No, I'm not. I'm really not. Seriously.
I love Dan. I love Dan. Go on, Dan.
I ain't going to go into it yet. I mean, I just did my own show. But, mate, I'll say it straight. What the fuck was that? Next person. I'm gonna finish at that for the moment, but I've got a lot to say today still, and I'm with you 110%, mate.
Haven't we all, Dan? Haven't we all?
Oh yes.
Yeah, for sure. Ticket prices are going up, people. Scott M, how you doing, mate? Hope you're all right. You good?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I mean, I've said all season long, and probably even before that, the results don't really get me riled up either way. So I don't get angry anymore. The results aren't shocking, good or bad, and that's the one thing I will say quickly is that people saying that this was a shock result. Nope, not a shock result at all. But so I'm doing okay. Just ready to have some fun here and talk about the game.
Adrian, how you doing? You all right? Everything good?
I'm fine, thank you. Thanks for the invite, much appreciated. Yeah, I've got obviously lots to say about the game as well, so I'll let you pass on to others for now.
Thank you, buddy. Rathish, it's been a while. Trust the process, he says. How you doing?
How you doing, Stel? Big up the panel. Yeah, I'm not doing bad things. Obviously, Spurs. I'm not going to let that ruin the weekend, but seeing that performance today was horrendous. So, yeah, I'm not being funny. Like, I saw more effort in the England rugby team than Spurs this evening. Let's just say that. So, yeah, thanks for having me. Still, nonetheless, invite.
No worries, my man. Charlie, how you doing? Always good to have a young perspective, a different set of eyes on things. You good, brother?
Yeah, I'm all right. Apart from that shit show that I had to spend 2 hours of my time that I'm never going to get back, but watching. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot to talk about. I'm sure this show will probably go on for 6 hours. So, yeah, looking forward to the show. Thanks for having me on, Stel.
No, you're welcome. Please, God, it's not 6 hours. Look, we'll get straight into it, lads, because I know everyone's itching to speak. But just to get the ball rolling, for me, you cannot in a million years go away to your main rival for fourth spot, beat them 4-0, and then follow that up with a diabolical performance to a mid-table team. That, under any manager, any champ, that is unacceptable, right? For me, that just sums it up. All the people that have been defending certain players, all the people that tried to cuss me, oh, you shouldn't say that Kulu's words are over the top. Well, you know, Kulu said when we lost to Chelsea, we might have lost the game, but we won in life. Really? Kulusevski and fans, you want to... did we win in life tonight when we got battered 3-0 and they had a disallowed goal? Don't forget. So, for me, it just sums it all up. I've seen this picture being painted 1,000 times before. I don't care about process. I don't care about project. I've had 24 years of project and process. I want results, right? I can handle a loss, but that was shocking. We will get into it. I just had to get that off my chest because so many people call me and people on this channel, you're toxic, you're negative. We've been proven right. We've been proven bang on the money, and you didn't like it. I went on We Are Tottenham TV today, and I had to say my bit there. I'll be on Saeed TV on Monday. I'll say my bit there as well. Everywhere I go, I'm going to say my bit. For me, guys, I'm going to say it. Nothing has changed. In my views, nothing has changed. In this, we're going in the right direction. The summer will decide that. The summer will decide if we're going in the right direction. Because Fulham are like they're 12th. We didn't even give them a game. They ripped us. They properly beat us left, right, and centre. Anyway, look, let's get into it. Let's break it down. Let everyone have their say. We went into the game. By the way, there's so many people in the chat, guys. I'm not going to put up all your messages just to say hello because we're going to be here for 15 minutes doing that. Big up to everyone in the chat. Thank you for being here. Like, subscribe, follow the channels, and I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. I will put your comments on the screen as we go along, all right? So we went into this game knowing that, you know, it's a battle for top four. And we had a chance to close, well, to go past Aston Villa with our game in hand. And we were 62% favourites for top four, Villa 34%, Man United not even 5%, a bare 2%, and everyone else 1%. So we had hot favourites for top four. Going into this game, every fan said, we're going to win 2-1, 3-0. And I said, Go and watch our show yesterday. Go and watch this channel, the show I did with Matt, where we said, I'm worried because in the comments on the show, everyone was saying, we're going to win 3-0, 4-1, 5-0. I said, whoa. We always do this. Whenever we do that, we get stung. We're getting carried away. We're doing it again. We never learn. This fan base never learns, right? And look what happened today. Look at it. So, we went into the game, hot favourites for top 4, a chance to put the pressure on Villa, to take control of Champions League position. Look, was everyone happy with the starting lineup? Bakari and Go, Porro, Udogie, Dragusin comes in for Van de Ven, so pretty much the same as always. The same midfield as the last game and the same front 3. So exactly the same starting lineup, except Dragusin comes in for the injured Van de Ven. On the bench, Richarlison returns. So we had a defensive cover of Emerson Rowe, Ben Davies, a midfield of Højbjerg, Skip and Bentancur and Lo Celso, and then the attacking players, Werner and Richarlison. Guys, everyone happy with the starting lineup? Would anyone have done anything different going into this game?
No.
I think it's what I was expecting, really. I mean, the obvious change was Dragusin for Mickey, and apart from that, I didn't think he'd change it because of obviously the Villa result. So, but yeah, I mean, what else is there really? Like Richarlison was back, but honestly, I'm not sure if that would have made any difference to what we were doing. So, yeah, I mean, lineup. There's not a lot to say really. I don't think any combination of anything would have changed anything today. So,
well, look, that was the starting lineup, and it finished 3-0. Oops, no, that's the wrong one. That's the half time. It finished 3-0. And the basic commentary was Fulham become the first side this season to stop Tottenham from scoring. Lukic doubles Fulham's lead shortly after the break. 4 minutes netted the second of the game. And the stats for the game were as such. They scored 3, we scored none. Shots, pretty much the same. On target, almost the same. Expected goals, XG. They had a higher XG. Touches in the opposing box, pretty much the same. Passes in the final third, we had more. So when you look at the stats, we had more possession. We have 57% possession. When you look at the stats, shots on target, the key difference then, just from a statistic point of view, was that they took their chances, and whatever chances we created, we absolutely fluffed. Nothing clinical about us. But the eye test, let's have it right. They shat all over us. They were better defensively. They were better in midfield. Paulinho bossed us. Absolutely bossed us.
Yeah, totally.
And Robinson.
Robinson, yeah.
The American, baby.
I was just talking about Robinson on Connor's show. Top player.
Oh, say, can you see?
And Udogie and Porro.
Sorry, who do you support?
Tottenham
or Fulham, bro? Who are you supporting?
Huh? Me? Oh, no, Tottenham. Of course, see the flag. But the Americans gotta give love. I was trying to buy a car today. Didn't get the car. But the dealership did get a laugh at my swearing. I had to apologize today at the dealership because they thought I was swearing at them at the, because you got to negotiate, right? I got to be in Daniel Levy mode. That's the only credit I'm gonna give Daniel Levy. When you go buy a car, you got to be like Daniel Levy, hassle some of these bullshit, extra costs they try to put on your car. And I left the dealership not taking the car. I'm like, nah, you trying to BS me? No. So they called me to come back. I said, well, I'll come back after I go visit this other place because they called me, look, we need you back. But anyway, that game, atrocious. It has to be a top there. Absolutely atrocious. And this is a reminder that, number one, nothing with our club, nothing is given. All right. I haven't remembered since Pochettino where we had back-to-back dominating victories, like 4-0, 3-0. I cannot remember under Jose or Conte's regime. Notice that they mentioned Nuno, a back-to-back dominating victory. We haven't had that in a while. I could be wrong, but I can't remember. The last time I can remember is maybe under Poch, where we had, and I'm not even talking about the last season, I'm talking about maybe the season prior. The season where we left White Hart Lane was probably the last time I've seen consecutive dominating victories. Today was just I don't even know what to say. I can say I'm angry, and I can say I'm not angry in the sense of just like it is what it is.
Mari,
They
let me
pulled our pants.
let me go.
They gave us a spanking. They told us to bend over, and they spanked us today.
Now we all walk like John Wayne. Yes,
Let me
totally.
let me
there's nothing
let
I
me go
can say.
around. Maury, 1 minute. Maury, let me just get everyone's just initial kind of 1 minute thought. Otherwise, we're going to all end up doing 5 minutes of talking, and then by the time we get to Charlie, it'll be an hour. And then what I want to do is I want to break down the game, and I want to break it step by step. Right. So you're saying they gave us an absolute spanking. I totally agree. I think we're lucky it was 3-0. Dan, like in 1 minute, how would you describe it? How would you feel about the game?
I warned everybody, same as you did, Fulham is going to be harder than Villa was. They totally caught us off guard for the sheer fact we all thought they was going to step back and we was going to have to work it in there. Did they? Hell, they came at us all guns blazing. There was no Vaseline on there. We got absolutely screwed today in every which manner. Porro got put and smoked. Udoji, that is the worst I've seen off the boy. I ain't going to go into all the players. We got absolutely ruined today. And to me, most of them didn't even look like they couldn't care less about it. I thought a Newcastle was going to happen when we went 2-0 down. When we went 3-0 down, I was like, here we go. This one's going to hurt. We was lucky it was only 3-0. That could have been 5 or 6. We got mullered today.
Rapish, 1 minute. What's your thoughts? How do you feel?
1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. That sums up Tottenham to a T. And every single one of them is not above criticism, whether it's the players, Big Ange, his in-game management today was horrendous. Like, why do you have to make substitutions after the disallowed goal? You should have, I think, the serious conversations have to be made. We have to have serious conversations about Basuma. His discipline is just awful. Like, what has happened to him? Like, he's not the same player since the start of the season. He was non-existent in midfield, and Timo Werner, I know he scored 2 in his last 2 appearances, but today he missed an absolute sitter to get on the score sheet. And the toxic positive Spurs fans who are in the mud. That's all I'm going to say, really. Like, they deserve what's coming to them. Like, they just ramming it down our throats because, in a sense, that everything is all hunky-dory when in reality it isn't. Because I've said this before and I'll say it again, one game at a time. I always try to be consistent and authentic. Whether I've been on other shows, call-ins with Flawless and Strasbourg Steve, big up to them too in particular. And I went on Lewis's stream yesterday, Carefree Lewis, talk about football, obviously, and Spurs. But yeah, a real slap in the face as far as I'm concerned today.
Adrian, I know you love to give us a history lesson, right? You got 1 minute.
Well, look at their first 2 goals come from the left. Where was Udogie, right? And I love that player. Both down the left. And the second goal, look, they were better than us, no denying it. They deserved the win. But off the knee on fire, that's a bit lucky. The third goal, come off the post, right? It could have landed anywhere, but it come in front of one of their players. Now, I'm not denying that they were the better team, but like when the luck's with you, that's what happens. Like, we were sloppy, right? Our final touch. What's happened to Son's touch, right? That little bit of touch where that little correct touch would have got us in, didn't happen. He wasn't the only one, right? We just never quite got going. We did sort of come back into it in the second half after 20 odd minutes, and then that was all ruined when they scored their goal, So and then second half went from bad to worse.
Yeah. Scott M, you've been very critical of Ange and critical of everything from day one. You end up in the comments on most of the shows getting into arguments with everyone over it. Do you feel a bit of redemption today? Dare I say it? Or
honestly, Still, I'm not even going to go in that much on Ange, but what I do feel redemption on is when everybody keeps telling me things are changing, you have to be positive. Again, this shows how much things are not changing. Mari said he can't remember when we've had 2 games where we've had 3-0, 4-0 wins. I can remember countless games where we've had a big game the week before and then came here like today and showed up and did nothing. This is so typical of everything we've seen for years and years and years. So every time somebody tells me things are changing at the club, we're not the same Spurs that we were. Baloney, because this is the exact same performance we've seen so many times from this team. And yes, there's things to criticize about Ange, but it really comes down to, again, because we don't have the players that can consistently show up, that we can consistently rely on. And that's why we go from 4-0 last week against Villa to 3-0 loss here against Fulham, because we still don't have the quality we need to be a serious club in the Premier League.
If anyone doesn't know what baloney is, to translate that into English, that means bullshit. So,
well, I was trying not to get the swearing in the first part of the show. I know Charlie already blew that out of the water with his first sentence of the show, so I try to have a little respect here.
It went after 30 seconds. Super chat from CMO Sports Connor. Big up Connor. Stell always quiet on WhatsApp after Spurs lost. Connor, at 7:30 p.m. my phone exploded. There is no way I can deal with them. I've got over 1,000 missed messages. I can't. I'm like, what? Like, the abuse I'm getting, and I'm like, hold on. I said this was happening. Anyway, Connor, big up to you, brother. Charlie, how do you feel? What do you think of it all?
I mean, completely outfought. I mean, in every aspect we were outplayed, like especially the midfield. We completely got dominated by Palinia, and just completely outfought. Wide areas again let us down, and I mean, how can we go from winning 4-0 against Villa to then 3-0 down against Fulham? Like, that was a disgrace. Like, I've checked out from the season after our cup exits, but honestly, that was pathetic. Like, honestly, I don't have too much to say. Like, it's just drained the life out of me, that game.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't watch the last 15 minutes. I switched off. I knew at 3-0, it was done. Hasper, long time. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. What's your yeah. What's your thoughts on that?
I would say I'm surprised, but I've seen this so many times when win one game, like by a lot of goals or something, or win some sort of big game, and the next week we lose to like some smaller team or something. Like, I'm really not surprised, but I just want to say they're all culpable from the top to bottom, to the players, the manager, literally everyone. Like, it's basically pathetic from back to front. That was definitely the worst performance of the season, 100%. And it just showed, as I can't remember who said it earlier in the show when I was watching, nothing's changed. So we're just going to expect the same thing next summer and the same thing the rest of the season. And yeah, the same old shit, really.
Same old.
Yeah.
Maz, so on our Monday show about 2-3 weeks ago, I asked everyone, where are you at with this project? Are you on board? Are you done? Or are you going to wait till the summer and see what happens then? You were the only one who said, no, I'm done. I've seen enough to know where this is going to head. And we did call you out on it. We said, Maz, how can you say that already? Like, at least give it to the summer. You know, we're higher up the league table than what we thought. And you're like, no, Maz.
Well, I have you know, actually, I called it way before that, just after the Chelsea game. I said, until I see what happens in January and a couple of transfer windows time, then nothing's changed. And the only person that beat me to it even more was Scott, really. So big up to Scott for maintaining his discipline and unwavering in his hate for the board and the way that the club is run. Yeah, I'm not surprised. What I am surprised about is that they delayed it a week. Normally, we would have lost to Villa, just when it counts. But they let us down this weekend. I find it hard to blame Ange, although he is to blame for certain aspects. But it's down to once again the way that the club is run, the mentality, our recruitment. We do have good players, but we also have a lot of average players. Players that, when you compare the types of players we've had in the past, are well below average, even compared to the players we've had in the past. So I don't see progression. I see us regressing. But this time we've got, we've had top managers failing, whereas before we had not necessarily top managers, but managers that were up and coming and had something to prove, i.e. Joel and Redknapp, and they sort of turned into top managers, didn't they, when they came to us? I would argue, and Poch turned into a top manager. But when you've got managers of the caliber of Mourinho and Conte failing, then that's the real wake up call to us. And everything Conte said in that, I should say Prophet Conte, because that's what I'm going to call him now. Everything Prophet Conte said when he left was absolutely true, and it's shocking how true it is. The more this carries on, the more true his words are, and that's quite damning.
I actually suggest anyone watching this show, if you do get a chance, go back and watch Conte's leaving speech or explosive rant, and just listen to what he said and see how much it actually correlates with what we're seeing right now. And it's almost spot on. But David's in the house. If anyone doesn't know, David is top bloke. He's part of Hotspur Hood. He's a bit more, I would say, not a Levy-inner, but he's a bit more balanced. He's not, Levy out, I've had enough. He's more he probably leans a little bit more towards Levy, which I like, because I want balance and I want someone to push back on us. It's not just an echo chamber. But Dave, first of all, how you doing, my man? You're all right. Good to have you on the show.
I'm doing great still, and I hope the same applies to yourself and everyone else. I'm probably the meat in the sandwich of the Levi debate, but yeah, slightly edging towards Levi. But yeah, good show, guys. Obviously, all for results tonight.
Yeah, listen, we're just kind of 1 minute each. Just tonight, what's your thoughts if you were to do a synopsis?
To be honest with you, I'm going to be flippant about it. I'm putting my former manager's head on and going, that's just a bit of a freak one tonight. On another night, we could have won that. They had the first 20, we had the second 20, and in the last 5 in the first half, they got a goal. First 5, second half, they got a goal. Just one of those games. Anything we tried didn't work. But if we have too many of them performances, I start getting worried. But I'm going to just put that aside, carry on being positive. So that's my little 1 minute assessment.
Can I say something?
I just want to ask David one question. Didn't we have one of those performances a few weeks ago against Wolves?
Yep, but then we followed it up with the good ones. And I also said that at the start of the season, we predicted we're going to get a couple of thrashings or a couple of weird results where there's a couple of goals going against us against teams that we shouldn't be, i.e. the Fulhams. So this was to be expected. Therefore, I'm not worried. If it happens again next game, I start getting a little bit more worried. But I'm okay at the moment. I'm comfortable. We'll still get Champions Leagues. I'm okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. I just want to say we've got 440 odd people watching. Please smash a like, follow the Hotspur Hood, follow the Haspur, follow Adrian's Facebook page, and if I've missed anyone out, follow them as well. Yeah, go for it, Maury.
I think the thing is, because someone, right, just bringing back balance will say, well, this is his first year. This is Ange's first year. This is the first year of the project. Okay, granted. But my worry is, right, where in some first years, if you have like a real young team and you got some young players who are, like, say, a Cole Palmer, and they go through the highs and lows, and you see progress in the future in that player, then I go into the next season on a positive. My problem is just that what we're bringing in, I don't believe will get better going to the next season. Meaning that the recruitment. See, I wouldn't have a problem. Remember, my expectation was this team to finish 8th or 7th. So finishing 5th or 4th is, overdoing it. It's a bonus. Kudos to the team. But the problem I'm worried is the pattern of the type of plays that we have. The plays that we have either hit their ceiling or just not good enough. And so we bring in a Timo Werner, we bring in a Johnson, we bring in whatsoever. And my worry is going to summer and then going to the next winter transfer window, we are going to bring talent that's not good enough for where Ange wants to go. And so that's where I have a problem. It's not because, yes, I understand it's the first year, you're going to have highs and lows, right? Well, I'd rather have highs and lows with talent, right, that are trying to be consistent. And what Scott is saying, and someone else was saying, is that we have players who are not consistent. They don't show up. And then you have players who are not good enough. And so that's the worry. And the thing with Ange is he's accepting whatever the players that are coming in. And so for me, yes, it's the first season, but for me to feel positive about the second season is that I need to know that this club knows we have work to do in regards of recruitment and getting better players. That's what I want to see. Not really where we finish, but this club acknowledge, hey, and he said we need to set it back. He said that on Friday. So I need to hear more of that. More of we need more quality.
I just want to add something very quick. I'm not going to labour the point, right? I think one of the problems that I guess I dislike about sort of these types of shows in general is that they're generally quite sort of low resolution discussions, in the sense that every season a lot of the fan base sort of just resets their expectations and starts again. And with Spurs, seeing as we cycle through our managers every year or every 18 months, what happens is when a new manager comes in, everyone resets their expectations, right? And it's
exactly
wipe the slate clean. The problem with that is that the level of analysis is really shallow, right? And a lot of those people then can't compute the pattern that's happened over the 24 years and why fans like yourself, Stel, Mari, some of the guys on the panel today are quite negative about the ownership and what's happening at Spurs and can't see beyond what Ange is doing, because I don't think any of us don't like Ange or don't want to back Ange. Everyone can see he's a good manager. He's really changed things. He's trying to do things differently to everyone else. But how can you move beyond how Levy has conducted and run the club and the patterns we're seeing yet again with another manager? And what makes people think that Ange is a secret sauce over and above Conte, Mourinho, Poch, or Harry Redknapp, for example? There's nothing that what he's done really that's any different to those guys. The only difference is that he's potentially had some good players come in. And I made the point on the Monday night show last week that a lot of those players came in because we were absolutely desperate to change some of our old guard, right? That's not because of Ange, just because we were in absolute shit creek that we needed to get a replacement for Lloris. We needed to get another centre-back. We needed to get another midfielder. We were absolutely desperate for those players. Anyway, that's me.
Can I just say before someone else speaks, right? I just want to say one thing, right? Because I do want to get into the game. I want to discuss the game. So let's have this chat now, then we'll get into the game. But I just want to say, when you bring up Conte, this time last season, 10 games to go, Conte was 4th, and we conceded less goals than what we've conceded. In terms of going forward, this team has scored more goals. But in terms of conceding, Conte was better. And in terms of position in the league, Conte was better. Just to bring some perspective onto have things changed.
Thank
the
you.
answer is
Someone said this. Not thank you. Sorry, because I was arguing with someone on Twitter about this earlier. Yeah.
Point. Yeah, I think someone else
make it.
Can I just?
Yeah.
You got that.
Maz,
Go, let Dan speak. Let Dan speak. Let Dan speak. Let Dan speak. Go on, Dan.
I'm going to say something a lot of people don't like, but I'm going to go with still 100% here. Yeah. Now, if Ange gets us in top 4 or 5 Champions League, do you know what? Well done. I take my hat to the man.
Yeah.
Conte doing it last season was 100 times harder than what Ange has now. Look at that poxy defence he had. Look at that crap midfield he had. Look at the crap team he had, basically, bar Kane, because even Son was almost sellable at the end of the season until we realised he had an injury. And the thing is, Ange had one of the easiest jobs that a manager has ever had at a broken football club. And that was winning the fans. Now, the rest of it, I get you. It's hard work, yeah? But for a lot of managers, it's hard to win the fans over. He didn't. He had the easiest bloody job out there. Do you know what, boys? Kick the ball forwards and they'll be happy. Lo and behold, we kick the ball forwards. Everyone's saying we're going to win the bloody league. Other point I will make with Ange, yeah? I like the fella. He's doing all right. But I'm slowly getting more sceptical of the fella as time goes on. This is the 3rd game that he has done nothing at half-time on the subs when it's going wrong, and then waits us to go 2-0 down or 3-0 down, and he does 3 subs again, which totally destroyed any team we had in the past 2 times he's done it. And then there's been other times where some of the subs he's made, you're just like, why have you done that when that man blatantly needs to come off the pitch? Why was Johnson still on the bloody pitch at half-time?
He had a shocking first time. Him and Kulu were terrible.
And I just can't get my head around. Okay, it's his first season. Yes, okay. But learn off your mistakes. And when you've made 2 mistakes, what is it? 1 mistake is a mistake. 2nd mistake, sort it out. 3rd mistake, you're a bloody idiot. 3 subs in 1 go does not work unless you're 3-0 up at 75 minutes. Might be.
Guys, let me ask you this, right? I get that this is a new project, it's a new process, it's a new direction, okay? And I also get that it's going to that means it's going to take time, right? But when we've had project after project after project, and like Maz was saying, there's a pattern, and we're beginning to see a similar pattern unfold. What are we realistically expecting from Ange for us to say, do you know what, this is different. This isn't what I've seen before. This is now something different. The board get it. The chairman gets it. The manager, he also gets it. Because a lot of managers in the past, as much as we blame Levy, we blame Enoch, all these managers, they tolerated it. The only one that didn't tolerate it was Conte. And the fans all turned against him, right? So how do we realistically judge Ange? Where's your cut-off point where you say, hold on, this happened again? Because Matt said it's already now. I'm not there yet.
Still, sorry.
It happened in January.
I completely agree with Maz. I think he's already done. He's already a puppet.
It happened in January where we brought in Timo Werner. That's the same thing we always do, bring in Timo Werner and nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
When he blatantly stands there on TV and says to anyone, any player that comes into this club and plays in this team is through me. Through me. Right. Everyone starts thinking, we ain't got a puppet here. He wanted Johnson. Blatantly. Yeah, the club was looking at him 2 years earlier, so the system says. I said it on another show, got grilled for it, and I really don't care. He's just another puppet. The only manager that we have had that has actually got a pair of bollocks on him that is willing to say it how it is was Conte. And he just got grilled because he had no other option but to play crap defensive football because he had such a crap team. No, Conte, he spoke it how it is. what it is at Spurs, what 75% of the Spurs supporters won't take in and don't want to know. And Ange, to me, he looks like he's become another puppet. I'll make you right,
Let
mate, 100%.
Let me hear from David and Adrian on this, right? David, I'll come to you and I'll go to Adrian. David, where is, because listen, you're a lot more, what's the word? Patient, should I say, or you're a bit more you
appreciative of what a manager has to go through to change things.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that. Where's the point of where you say, like, where you maybe become more aligned with Mad and you say, hold on a minute, this is the same pattern repeating again. What would it take for you to get there, and what do you need to see from the current process
yeah,
for you to believe this really is different to what we've seen in the past?
To be honest with you, at the end of the 18 months, when we go into that 2nd January, I think then you know whether the manager is being backed or the club are doing the signings ready for the next manager. I don't have any problems with Ange on that front yet, and I don't think today's performance will change my feelings on that yet. However, there was one worrying comment that came out on the most recent interview that he done where he does that. I don't know, mate. You have to ask the people that make decisions. I'm not saying that word for word. That's how he said it. But I think you know what quote I'm on about still, and everyone else on here. That was the only thing that worried me. Everything else, football-wise, up until this point, I've been quite comfortable that Levi has taken a little bit of a step back, not a massive step back, but he's at least put people in place that are taking responsibility for that, and they seem to be more football-orientated. But that one comment from Ange did come back and go, I might have to have an extra eye on this, because if Ange is saying that, it could be what we've seen before. But I'm still hoping that it's not true. But still, like, I'm not stupid. If it's happened before several times, it's possible it can happen again, right? So I don't know. I didn't like that comment. But football-wise, I've been happy up until now. And today don't change that.
I just want to go on to what David said. I was watching his Sky Sports interview, okay, and they were asking him about the finishing 4th. And he goes, oh, this club has finished 4th X number of times. Oh, if we finish 5th, it doesn't matter. And he goes at the end, as long as we play this certain way of playing or something. I was like, but what? Like, seriously, mate? Like, wouldn't you want to care about where you finish? As in, like, if he came out and said, for me, if he came out and said, oh, I want to finish as high up in the table as possible, okay? Because let's be honest, we ain't going to win the league. But it's almost like he didn't give a shit about where we finish. I just care about playing this attacking football. That's how it came across to me. And,
I can understand that.
Vibes SC, and I'm like,
no, I can understand that, but I guarantee you, from a managerial's point of view, what he's doing is telling his squad that I don't care about winning one trophy and therefore you've succeeded. What I want to make you do is be winners every time you go across that pitch. It's a winning mentality he's trying to put across. So I wouldn't worry too much about that if I want to put your mind at ease on that point.
But he mentioned more about he mentioned more about the style of play, not the actual like. So
he's saying that that's how I identify winning is going to be easiest for us. Plus, it's entertaining on the eye. It's an extra bonus.
But also, to me, it comes across to me is that it doesn't matter because, and this is following on the Kulusevski's extract, obviously in a week when he goes, "Oh well, we lost 4-1, but we played this certain way. We won at life." And I'm like, it's like this guy is just confirming the worries I got from reading that interview because it's like we lost 4-1 to bloody Chelsea at home, and he's telling me we won at life. Like, come on, mate.
Would you rather be a team at 9 men that said, I'm still going to try and win the game at football at 2-1? Or would you want to be a team that supports a team that 9 men go, let's just try and lose 2-1?
I don't think it really matters.
Mentality.
We're not going to win the game.
It really matter if you lose either way.
Hold on,
let's be realistic.
But if you want to change your mentality, you've got to get people in that have a winning mentality, that they want to do the right things at the right times to win.
But do you really expect us at home with 9 men to beat Chelsea?
No, but we had a chance to
you answered my
equalise it.
question already. Then he should have been playing that style.
No, at 2-1, we had a very good chance where we nearly equalised at 2-2. We had 2 chances where we nearly equalised 2-2. And in the very last minutes of the game, they scored 2 late goals to make it 4-1. But actually, it was 2-1 right up until the end. So actually, no, fuck it. Oh sorry, it's very swearing, but sod it. Let's go out there and win.
Well, guys, I just want to bring in Adrian. Adrian, right? So you can see how you've got 2 different fans. They're completely, seeing it from different points of view. As a fan, you've been here, you've done it. No disrespect to you. You know, you're one of the older fans on the show. You've seen the good times, the bad times. You've experienced Spurs for a long time, right? What you're seeing now, is this any different to what you've seen the last 20, 30 years, Adrian, under Levy and the way it's worked out with managers? And then the things you're hearing.
Yeah, I mean, it is different. Ange's brought a different perspective to our style of play. He's brought this new attacking style with inverted fullbacks and wide wingers, with a high press, and not just a high press, but overloads across all areas of the field. I love it. Right? It hasn't worked today. I love it because I'm a paying fan that goes to a game. That's different. I don't want to watch Conte ball or Mourinho ball. I don't want to watch that. Whether the players or the squad's good enough or not, I don't care. I don't want to watch that shit, right? If I'm going to watch a show in the West End, I can read a review and it will tell me whether the show's good or not, so I know where to go. With football, you never know what you're going to get, but you hope that your manager, your coach, has adopted a style that you like, that you think, yeah, I'm having some of this. I want to go and watch these games. Today, unfortunately, as a coach still, most games are won or lost in midfield. Our midfield just didn't click whatsoever. Udogie had one of his poorest games. I love that player. Like, he just had a poor game. 2 of the goals came down that side, his side. Like, where was he? And with hindsight afterwards, when you look at a game like this, you think, well, like, what went wrong? Well, sort of like everything wrong. And you can overanalyze it, and like your head can spin, and you can't quite figure out why we were so poor on the day. Sometimes I think you just got to say, like, well, it was a poor day at the office. We
always have this poor day at the office when it matters. But it's always, hold on, it's always when it matters. We had a chance to go full, that game in hand, go above Aston Villa and put all the pressure on them. And
still, I can throw that back to you. It mattered when we went to Villa, but we won. It mattered when we went to Villa, but we won, mate. So, like,
but hold on, we went from 5th to 5th that day, right? We went from 5th to 5th. My point is, every year under Spurs, when that big moment comes to do something to say, right, let's go for it, we choke. We did it in the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup this year. We did it this time around to try and cement that 4th place spot.
Yeah, I think Ange placed a bit too much trust in the players. I would have took Madison off at half time, personally, and put Bentancur on to give us a more drive going forward. Because, he didn't. Exactly, he didn't. I would have done it, not because I don't think Van Nistelrooy's a fantastic player. If it isn't your day, it isn't your day. I'd have brought Bentancur on because he gives you that much more drive going forward in midfield. And it showed in the second half, even though we didn't score, even though Werner should have scored and Johnson should have scored.
Adrian, what is so entertaining about Timo Werner and Johnson? I get that if it's entertaining, if we have Mbappe, we have Sané, we got Gnabry.
I don't rate Werner, right? He's a hit and merchant in front of goal. He's not a natural goal scorer. He's not a natural finisher, right? Because he misses so many chances. Having said that, Johnson, who the jury's out on was me.
I understand that you want to see entertaining football, and you have every right to be. I mean, for me, I want to see winning football. I don't care if it's paint dry. I wouldn't win trophies. But I can understand entertaining football, right? If we had Gareth Bale, Defoe, Berbatov, like that was entertaining.
Yeah.
This team, yes, it's entertaining compared to Conte and Jose Mourinho, but I'm not always entertained. I was entertained during the Harry Redknapp days where I became a Spurs fan, right? I was entertained during the Poch years, right? That's when I was entertained. At least that was entertaining. Gareth Bale. Like this is even though we scored 4-0 on Flurries last week, but first half it was dreadful. So for me, I'm not fully entertained. I can understand those teams.
It's not good football, though, is it? It's not actually good football. What it is it's high possession football. That's not what
you're not in control, are you?
Yeah, we're not fully in control because we don't really have proper playmakers, right? We're quite a narrow team, so we're not an expansive team that will bomb down the wings. I think we're quite a narrow team. So although we do get into the box and we cross it in for tap-ins, we're not. I wouldn't call our football really exciting, right? And what is odd about us as a team is we do actually create a lot of chances, but we create a lot of chances by not being that exciting. I'm not saying we don't score good goals in the sense of some of the plays that we do are bad or good, but it's not great football. It's not Poch level football. It's not Redknapp level football at all. It's nowhere near.
I think we're trying to walk
Werner
into
can
the net
come
every
on
time.
and be better than Johnson, and people are actually saying, no, Werner weren't good, but he was significantly better than Johnson. Your team's up shit street.
And can we just dispel the notion? Sorry, Adrian, not to attack you, but this was not a one-off. This is not a one-off. Let's stop saying this was a one-off day. This was a bad performance that's been coming for a long time.
And so to me, Maddison, whenever he drops deep, which to me is Basuma's job, in my opinion, for what it's worth, right? That shouldn't be happening. So that's when the alarm bells went off in my head when Maddison was dropping deep, because Basuma's the one. Now, all depending on what an individual Spurs fan's perspective is of a number 6, because I hate all these numbers and crap, right? To me, you're there to do a job, right? So to me, when that wasn't happening, I thought, Maddison is not going to have no effect on this game. He's not, although he's a creative player, it's not going to happen. You need to bring Bentancur on at half time. Now, it's easy to say in hindsight, being a hindsight critic, but I see that and I just thought, this isn't working, right? They're dominating us. This isn't working. We started off 20-odd minutes. We were like, they were miles better than us. We then started to grow in the game. Then they scored and we were screwed, basically. They scored by half time, we were screwed, right? All right. I thought the next 2 goals were a bit lucky, but you make your own luck. I mean, like
it was come
off the players' knee off high and they scored. And then a third goal, when you really know your luck's out, come off the post, bounced, could have landed anywhere, right? And they got a scrambled tap and it was 3-0. Then the game was over at 3-0, basically. It was over, right? And we did try and create chances after that. Werner should have scored. Even Johnson should have scored. They were easy scoring chances.
Johnson screwed that shot that came across to him when all he had to do was deflect it and hit the bloody floor.
Right. Let's go into the game. Right. Let's go step by step. So the first big kind of moment was Heung-min Son. The ball got squared back to him, and it was a good chance. And he just kind of sent it over the bar. The commentator said maybe he just changed his mind at the last second. When I looked back at it,
I'd argue that weren't the first moment.
David, say again, bro.
I said I'd argue that wasn't the first moment because the first 20 minutes Fulham dominated. We didn't really get in there after the first 20, so I don't know how Son's shot. I know which shot you're on about, but I don't know how that was the first moment. Is that how Sky presented it?
Sorry, no. The first big moment for us, like key moment for us.
Okay, I was about to say that was a bit. What was the minute of that? Because it was quite late in the first half. But
30 minutes.
25th minute. Yeah. The first 15 minutes, Fulham were all over us.
Cool. I thought I was going mad then.
No. I just want to say what I will say about that chance, and let's discuss it. When it came to him, there were a few bodies in front of him, so he had to navigate the ball either between or over and dip it. it wasn't an easy chance, but a player of his level, we expect him to hit the target. He's hit it over the bar. What did you guys make of that? Do you think he should have scored it? Do you think he was unlucky? That was
where he was still, yeah. If you look at where he was, he had players there, he had players on the right, and he had clear open side on the left. Now I get it was a bit diverted, but I don't care what anyone says. He ain't the most skillful man out there at just doing a cheeky little lob into the right-hand corner. That's a Maddison. That's someone like who Maddison can pull off. Kane didn't even attempt them sort of things. He might have got one in a while, but no. Son should have got that, looked up, and just banged it. No, he changed his mind at the last second and thought, I'd do a cheeky little try here, and he put it right over the side. He tried to almost be cocky there. He probably didn't mean to, but he was open on the left-hand side, and the keeper was still behind there. He actually had an open bloody goal. And that ain't Son. That ain't how he plays. Son puts it in the back of the net. He don't try a little dipper like a little Maddison or a Messi or something like that. That is not him. He must have changed his mind at the last minute or something, but he was clear on the left.
Dan, I'm not going to be too critical of Son. He's got 14 goals, I think, and 8 assists this season.
Right, but we're talking about one game here, and I judge it game by game.
When we're talking about an overall performance, poor performance of the whole team, you know, for Sonny, who's got 14 goals and 8 assists. I mean, the guy's fantastic. All right,
okay,
so he's
we're talking about this one.
He's missed one, but that is forgivable. That's forgivable for what he gives us.
Well, fair enough.
Forgivable.
Fair enough.
But he should have really stepped up today, Adrian, because he was meant to be the captain of the football team. Where was he?
Yeah, but I have a different perspective.
Fair question.
Of a modern day captain of a football team to what a past captain of a football team was. I mean, mostly nowadays it's more of a it's more of a PR exercise as a captain.
But isn't that the problem then?
What do you think your captain's going to do? What do you think your captain? Okay, Ez, what do you expect of your captain to do on a football field?
Galvanise other players.
Let me answer this for you quickly.
To be
I'll
fair,
say this one quick and back off, yeah? Now, I totally get it. Son has been good for us. I think he's an extremely good player. But he might have scored 14 goals for us, whatever. If Alex Ferguson would have seen him do that, he wouldn't have far off come off the pitch and slapped him in his face. What you doing? Put it in the back of the net. I don't care that you've scored 20, 30 this season. Score that one. Or get it on target. I get how you mean, but how you've played in the last 10 games don't count. It's game by game. If you've played good for 10 games, Blue Peter badge, well done. You have a crap game or do something wrong, you need to be told about it. That is how you make a team good. That is a winning mentality. But no, Spurs accept him because we've been better in the past.
To be
That's how I
fair,
see it.
I've always said this, and I said this, including Son, including Kane, including, for me, growing up watching captains, watching leaders like Carlos Puyol. I know people go to Keane, but I'm looking at other people that I've seen through my 40 years of watching football, right? When your team is sinking and you need to galvanize the team, you need to stop the bleeding. I haven't really seen a proper captain in our club in years. I mean, I'm going back to maybe Ledley King. I did a special on my old channel about the comments that Poch made against Newcastle at the end of the year, where he said none of the players should go home to their girlfriends and their wives because the leadership on the field was pathetic. And then that continued on to the Europa League losses, the losses to teams I can't even pronounce, teams of Carpenters, losing to a team that had like no one on this team galvanizes. They either put their head down or they start to point at each other and stuff. As many times I've seen it. So to be fair, you know, it has been with all of our players, and I think it starts from the top. Because for me, when I say captain, the captain has to be an extension of the manager, an on-field manager. He has to be basically an on-field manager, extension of that manager on the field.
Keane, Patrick Vieira, Gattasu.
Casemiro. They won the Carabao Cup last year, and he is pointing to Bruno Fernandes saying, A, B, and C, you did wrong. That's what a captain.
Murray, Van Dijk in the cup final. Van Dijk as well for Liverpool.
Van Dijk, yeah. And so,
Patrick Vieira for Arsenal.
And that's the only thing I will say. Yes, he is a good leader in the sense of bringing peace and harmony to the club or whatsoever. But for me, a leader also too is the one that galvanizes. And for me, I have not seen it from any Spurs players since.
Murray, I agree with
you see that City, Murray?
What I'd like to add, you're a football player, and when Ange goes and he actually talks to players on the phone before he brings them in, I'm all for that, because I don't care if you're a world-class player. If your attitude is shit, I don't want you at my fucking club. If you think you're a prima donna, you're this, that, and the other than do it with football, I don't want you, right? Now, when he does that, right, and also, right, you're coming to our club, we're Tottenham Hotspur, right? We talk about captains motivating a team, but shouldn't each individual player be self-motivating anyway? You shouldn't be motivated on that field by your captain. You should be out there going out like, I'm a winner. This is why I've always liked aggressive players. When Romero was criticised and he hadn't got a booking for 10 games recently, 11 today probably, when they criticised him, oh yeah, he's a loose cannon, blah, blah, blah. I like aggressive players. The reason I like them, because aggressive players are winners. Now, they may cause you trouble at times, but they are winners. That's why I like them. Now, occasionally you can get a passive player who is quite aggressive in their own way, but they're not like in your face, aggressive, hitting hard tackles, blah, 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 and all that. That's fine. I ain't got a problem with that. So you can feed one or two of them in. But I like aggressive players. I like aggressive players because aggressive players don't need motivating.
Well, then Andrew sailed then, hasn't he?
Excuse me. And this is what the thing it comes up, Monty Pete. First of all, I include Harry Kane. But you could clip me. I include Harry Kane. I'm just bringing a point. It's not saying that we don't appreciate some, but everybody. For me, I'm only speaking for myself. I've said this. I will criticize my church pastor if he's not teaching right. I will criticize my government official, a doctor. Everybody can be criticized. Everybody can rightly be criticized. So
when you're good, you're good. You're bad, you're bad.
His captaincy, right? Which I still say he should be captain because out of everybody else, I can't think of anybody else. He should be captain. I'm just saying, I don't think he's for me personally, one of the best that I'm used to seeing growing up as being captain. But it's not disrespect. I think everybody here respects Son. I know I do, because he is clearly is our best player. He was along with Harry Kane our best player. But if we're being critical, stop being too sensitive. We can't that's the problem with this club, that we can't criticize, and we can't criticize even Romero as much as I love him. All right, criticize.
Well
him.
said.
From Daniel Levy to the top to the bottom, everybody is subject to criticism, and I'll leave it.
But you can
Our
only...
best captain is someone who I can't have as captain because I don't agree with it. Our best captain material out there is Vicario. He's the one who's got the balls. He might not have the physicality to get stuck in, but he's the one who will stand there and tell Romero, get in the box, do this, do that. Tell Van der Ven, have a go at Porro. Tell Udogie if he gets it wrong. Scream up to the midfield if it's coming. He's the one who is captain material, but I don't want a goalkeeper as my captain.
Guys,
I just don't see those kind of captains who's doing that at City? Who's the guy who does that at City?
Rodri.
Oh, well, that Vincent Company was their
KDB's their captain. He's not that.
No, Vincent
Who's
Company.
who's the centre back at Man City right now? The centre back.
Is Carl Walker the captain?
And Rodri,
KDB's their captain.
Diaz.
De Bruyne's their captain.
Diaz.
Rodri does it when KDB is not there. But before that, it was Vincent Company. He was a major captain. He was a major force on that team.
Yeah, but Company's
I'd
been
give
gone
it-
for a
I
while.
would
I'm just
give
saying,
it
I
to
don't
this
think it's
guy.
the same
Guys,
style of leadership as we have in Newcastle.
I would give it to Romero.
this-
I think he's
listen.
superb. I would give it
None
to
of this,
Romero
none of this
every
will
single
work
week
at Tottenham
and
Hotspur
twice on
because
Sundays.
none of this will work at Tottenham Hotspur because the way that the club is being run from the top doesn't give the appropriate responsibilities to the down the pyramid to everyone else,
Excellent
right?
point.
Because
Excellent.
right because even Ange, as much as what he says, is not fully in control. Therefore, when he delegates all the responsibilities to the players and the captain on the pitch, they're not fully in control because Ange isn't fully in control, and neither is the football director fully in control because Levy still manipulates and pushes and makes decisions. Now, you could say that's his right to do so, but we've got 24 years of history showing that he's done the wrong things. The only thing he's done well at is the bank balance. And
Yeah, but it's got absolutely nothing to do with today's performance, Daniel Levi, has it?
It does because he's signed
but it goes back to my point, though, David. Right? Because this is the sort of low resolution thinking. Let's take today as a snapshot of the whole club, right? And let's ignore everything else. But what's happened today has been happening for 24 years, and we're not breaking out of the cycle.
It hasn't, because 24 years ago we was a different club, so it's irrelevant, that argument.
Well, that's why I said 24 years. I never said 25 years.
It's a bit pedantic, to be fair.
No, but I'm just saying it starts when Levy joined the club, right? So before his time, I'm not going to blame Levy for before his time, am I? I'm going to blame him during his tenure.
No, but what I'm saying is, from a football point of view, he was a different football club when he took over. We was in the bottom half, mid-table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Okay, so the barometer's changed because Levy, sorry, I got called up on his pronunciation. Levy, sorry, has changed the projection of his club. Now we moan that we don't get top four. We never used to get Europe when he took over.
No, we went from the most FA Cups to no cups at all.
Yeah. So when we talk about barometer, what barometers are we talking about? Because Stel done an analysis of the last 100 years of the club, right? And I think we've only improved.
Just on your point there. Just on your point there, where you was basically saying
Look, there you go.
That he's not changed. So he's not changed anything in 24 years. No. It was just one point I disagreed with, was the fact that you said he didn't change anything in 24 years.
Well, he hasn't.
He's changed the mindset. He changed the mindset of the club that we actually are now in the top four of the league, or five or six.
No, that's not true.
For the worst.
David, it's not. David, it's not. Let me show you. Right. So if we
listen,
go back to the first,
you win on the cup.
No, David, hold on. No, you listen. You had your say. Let me push back on it. Then you can push back on me. Right? I'll say my bit. Then you can rebuttal it. The first 25 years of the century just gone, we won 5 trophies, came top 4 6 times, average position 7th. The following 25 years was similar. The 25 years after that was our best 25-year period. 9 trophies, top 4 11 times, league position the same. The next 25 years, we went back to what the first 50 years were like. The 25 years of Levy, top 4, roughly the same. Average league position, the same. So he's matched every previous 25 years, but trophies, he's been the absolute worst. This is factual. What you got on the screen here is factual. So when you say he's changed us, if you're talking just about 10 years of sugar, yes, he has. But if we look at the 24 years he's had and compare it to 25-year blocks, mate, he hasn't.
Right, well, we compare it to 10 years of sugar, and your argument still stands more valid than mine. I can sit there and admit defeat just on the 10 years
had 24 years, so how can we...
You don't need to put the other 75 years in when it's completely irrelevant, because it's completely different.
How's it relevant?
No, I did 25-year blocks. I did 25-year blocks.
Yeah, but it's a completely different playing field, because football is completely different there. Don't forget, I started this return to
back
you
then as well. They had to go back to those
with admittance that you were right. So don't come back at me. I'm admitting that you're right on this one, that the sense that, when you put it up there in hard facts and figures, that is absolutely correct there. But that you can't use the last sorry, the first sort of 50 to 75 years, because football is completely differently. But you're
But then you could
absolutely
argue
right.
that it's easier now to succeed because there's more money in the game, and he's not succeeding.
No
It's
chance,
harder
mate. Because the
to
top
but-
games up there, the top bods up there. Well, take Chelsea. Who were Chelsea? Nobody.
That won't even just to finish. That won't even my point I pulled up on. The only point I pulled up on was that the point someone else made was that Levi hasn't improved our football. And I remember when he first took over, I got embarrassed in school because our team was always in the mid-table to the bottom half. Okay, now we're up there sitting there moaning we don't get top 4. I think that's improvement overall. I totally agree we should have done a lot more, and I agree with you that our trophy return is absolutely awful, and I can't defend that. That was just one point I pulled up on. So sorry.
I don't think anyone has denied that Levy in terms of bringing us to a more stable club in terms of where we finish in the league, that he hasn't done that.
We're solid financially now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're solid financially. We're like you said, David, we're finishing 5th or 6th or 7th. And more recently we've been finishing in the top 4, right? But that's all started to come crashing down. I mean, really, the reality is that we've only actually done that under Poch. We've done it once under Redknapp, right? And we've done it once under Conte. So I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, just relying on those 5-6 years of Poch being the barometer of where we are as a club.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I think things have to change now going forward. That's why I'm 100% behind what you're saying going forward.
Yeah,
I just think that's where Levi needs to be judged now, is where does he take us now? I think at this point, we can say you've done an okay job to get us here, but really, you really need to perform well in the next couple of years. Otherwise, even Levi in are going to turn Levi out. That's
absolutely.
But we heard that 5 years ago, David. We heard that 5 years ago that we need to wait and give him time. Like, when does giving him time end?
Yeah,
I'm not meaning to attack you. It's not fair to you. I'm just saying.
Guys, hold tight.
When does give Levy time or Ange time? How much time are you guys prepared to give
Adrian, one second. We're going off on a tangent, right? Let's bring back the Levy conversation. Let's finish off talking about the match, right? I don't mind us digressing. It's fine, but otherwise, we're going to do a whole show on Levy out, Levy in, which is what we always end up. And we forget the actual match today that we lost 3-0 and we want to talk about it, right?
That's a fair point still. Bring it to the game, otherwise it'll just go on and on and on and on and on.
We'll end up just...
Maybe we should all forget the match.
What are the Spurs
It is forgettable.
perspective and expectations, right? Because when you look at it...
I beg you.
Go on, sorry.
Thank you. I was about to mute you. On the 27th minute, we put together a pretty decent move, some quick passes. Maddison's in space. He plays the ball to the left. Johnson's in on goal. Straight at the goalkeeper. Now, I'm a massive critic of Johnson. I'm not going to defend him or Werner. I don't think they're good enough for Spurs. Yes, they've had moments. Yes, they've had patches. But it's things like that where I just can't get on board with Brennan Johnson, right? I do not believe we go forward with players like this. I don't believe he's going to evolve into the caliber of player like Foden, Salah, Bale, Saka that you see at the other clubs who've got to catch, right? What did you make of that chance? Does that sum him up? Or do you think, come on, Stel, you're being a bit harsh here? Because for me, that goes in, it's a different game. It's 1-0 Spurs. It's a different game.
I think Stel for me, it epitomizes the level of player we only get, right? So you only get these sort of players which are like either young potential that the club thinks, oh, he might be good. But we never go out.
We spent a lot of money, 50 million.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
Them, they see it as though, even though obviously I don't rate Johnson either. Still, I don't know how many times you've heard me say that on other shows, but they see it as like we buy the £50 million player Johnson. Maybe in 2-3 years he gets good. We can send him for 80 or something. We'll get some profit out of it. That's the only reason they see it like that way. But for me, that's the whole problem in itself. This system for me only works if you have 3 like elite attackers to actually score the goals. If you don't, then you're in trouble. And this is why we're suffering now, because Kulusevski's off it. Johnson, like it just epitomizes the level of play we get. We don't ever get that higher caliber player. It's always this level, like I said, like the Johnson level.
Guys,
And
does
to
anyone
me,
defend Johnson? Does anyone? Yeah, no, I get the point. I agree with you. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I would defend Johnson over Werner. Werner's what, 28? He should be proven, right? He went to Chelsea, right, after having a good season in Germany. He'd scored a few goals. He's not a natural finisher. He's a hit and hope merchant. He should have scored today. That was a basic.
He's not a finisher.
Right?
You're right.
He's not. He cannot do it. I don't want him signed. But with the Johnson thing, he was bought. He wasn't oven ready, right? He wouldn't have got the game time he'd got if we had all these injuries and suspensions. He wouldn't have got them game times. Having said that, in the last couple of games, not today, right? He showed a bit more to me that he's got a bit more to his game than just pace. And I know in one season of Premier League with Forest, he scored about 11 goals or something, which is good for a wide player, right? So, like, I'm undecided on him. I'm not going to throw him under the bus because I think, well, you're young, you've got a ceiling. Whereas, like, Werner, to me, no ceiling. I don't want Werner at our club. I don't want him signed for 15 million. Everyone says it's cheap. Yeah, sign him up. Really? He doesn't score goals. You need our front three to score, right? And I just don't see that from Werner. I don't care how fast he is. Adam Traore was fast, right? What did he ever do? You know? So, like, not for me. With Johnson, I'm willing to give him time because he's young. And, like, it's too early to throw him under the bus. With Werner, look, I've thrown him under the bus. I don't want him.
But
I can't.
This is what we do all the time.
Right. Yeah, I know, Scott. So look, I don't want to. I agree with you, Adrian, to a point that I as much as I dislike Werner, I don't think it's also fair throwing him under a bus. He is a young player. However, and this is where I come in. I can't get over the fact that the way that we sign players, the money we pay for them, is all backward, right? So we buy in a £50 million player that isn't oven ready, right? And we're giving it, and a lot of the fan base is giving him a lot of grace. Yet they're not angry when we should have gone and bought Skriniar for Jose and paid the extra 5-10 million for him to get him, or that Inter Milan defender, I can't remember his name now, where we should have just ponied up the money and got him. Yeah, or a myriad of other players that we've missed out on, where Levy won't go and spend the extra 5, 10, 15 million pound, yet we're happy for him to go and spend 65 million pound on Richarlison. That's absolute dog shit, right? For what we want, right? And 50 million on Johnson. We can't have double standards. We can't be annoyed when we miss out on players, and then we can't then also be happy when we're buying players that aren't ready for the system and aren't good enough. So I'm with Stel. I don't like any of our signings apart from obviously Van der Ven, Romero, Vicario, Udogie, and Porro have all proved to be really good, but they were necessity signings. They weren't signings to actually improve. Let me rephrase. There weren't signings, I feel, for us to step on as a club. There were panic signings to fill in gaps where players have either run the course of their career or they've left the club.
Let me bring in Rafish because I've spoken ages and I want everyone to speak. Rafish, we'll come back onto Johnson because he missed a sitter later on. Mari, can you look at the... Hold on. Let me just bring 1 minute. Sorry, guys. We bring Brian. Mari, I'll bring you back in when you come back. Big up, Brian. Rafish, on the 32nd minute, quick feet from Madison, and he nearly squeezed the ball past Leno, but he just missed it.
Yeah, it was
so.
Quick
Just
feet. It was quick feet.
Adrian, I said Rafish, right? I know you want to talk. I want to get Rafish to speak as well. Rafish, did just like we discussed Son and his half chance, do you think Madison should have done better with that? Don't forget, He is our main number 10. He's our star boy in that position. Should he have hit the target at least?
Yeah, I would say so. Like in this situation, you have to test the goalkeeper. I think just put enough power into it. I mean, obviously Fulham dominated the first 20 minutes, but then after that, we slowly grew into it. We had chances, like you said, Son over the bar. Brennan Johnson again just sums him up in a nutshell, really. Like, you know, when it comes to the final third, at times, like he can be shot shy. You know, you have to work the goalkeeper. Same thing with Maddison. So that's the way I see it. And the thing is as well, like, you know, I already said at the start of this program that every player did not cover themselves in glory apart from the goalkeeper, coincidentally. The goalkeeper kept the score down and Fulham wanted it more. You know, I think it's arrogance from some of our fans in the sense that last week it was on a high on beating Aston Villa convincingly, and then we've been brought back down to earth with today's results. So, yeah, I mean, that's, you know, with the Maddison chance, he needs to put more power into it. I mean, but as a number 10, you know, he's the one player that can dictate the play if we're on it. So, yeah.
He's our playmaker, and he's the only one we've got who you can class as a playmaker. Because the one bit I will bring on this, and I say it every bloody time, is we take more chances in front of our own flipping goal than we do up the front. Up the front, we're too busy piss-balling about, tapping left, tapping right, tapping left, tapping right. Hopefully, we'll work it into the box and get a little, and get a little shot on goal. What happens most of the time? Team gets it. There we go. Lobs it over. And what show today? No Van der Ven to cover it. I feel sorry for Dragerson because I think he had a good first half. So did Romero. But them two was basically playing on their own, same as the goalkeeper. Where was their anchor man or whatever to cover their ass? No.
And Dan also there's a stat. Go on.
In front of our own goal, we'll take a 50-50 chance or a 40-60 chance. Tap it right to the man who's standing in front of two bloody players in front of him. But up front, Maddison is the only one who's got the balls on him to even attempt something that probably won't work. But you know what? To get luck, you got to make a chance to get a chance. And it is so annoying. And I'm starting to really wonder, is this Ange or is it the style of players we got? I'm really not sure.
Not being consistent.
I think comes back. You're going to just go say, like, I think the
Dan, I think that chance, Dan, that like it was.
Adrian, Rafish was going to speak. Adrian, I've muted you because you're not listening. Rafish, you speak. I've muted him. Adrian,
Rafish
was going to speak. Let him speak.
All right, thanks. Still, I was going to say, like, I mean, the thing is with Spurs, we have a tendency to break records for the wrong reasons. So the stats is in the last 19 games in the Premier League, we've only kept 2 clean sheets. Only bottom of the table, Sheffield United have kept fewer with 1. It's the first time since 2008 we've lost away from home in the league at Fulham. It's the first time since March the 4th last year we failed to score in 39 league games. Just to throw this out there.
At the same time, we did 38 games scoring consecutively, which was a record as well. So there is a bit of balance there. But I hear what you're saying. I did say at the start. I did say at the start of the show we can see more goals at this stage of the season than Conte last season. Alex, let me bring you and then I'll bring in Brian because there's a lot of us on the show, so I want to try and get as many of us to speak. By the way, Mr. Super Chat, thank you, brother. Ange out, enough is enough. # no to mediocrity. He's very strong feelings. Guys, we've got 550 odd people watching. Smash a like to Tottenham away, the Hotspur Hood, to Tottenham on tour, to Has Spur TV, to Mr. Box Office TV. Make sure you show your love to everyone on the show. Alex, so Son misses a half chance, Johnson misses a clear-cut chance, Maddison misses a half chance, and then bang, Fulham. 1-0, Muniz. Fulham deserved the lead, says the commentator. It was checked for offside, but it was onside. Robinson with a brilliant cross, who had an excellent game, by the way. He pocketed Kulu, if you ask me. And the ball goes in. Muniz finds himself in space and he scores. So, Alex, we've had these chances. We haven't capitalised on any, but Fulham have had quite a lot of chances. They were the better team. They scored their chance. I think, and it's just my opinion, I thought Dragusin was at fault. He got sucked over to Romero. He didn't check over his shoulder. behind. And by the time he got over there, he did the one thing. He failed to do the one thing that Van der Ven always does, and to put that block in. Van der Ven always gets some kind of blocking, and he didn't. I'm not going to go in on Goosey. I don't dislike him. It's his first game. He's got to get used to how we play. He's got to form some kind of partnership. But I do think he's partly at fault for that. It wasn't good defending from him. Alex, what was your thoughts on that? And I know you're going to go off on one as well about something else. So feel free.
Go for it, mate.
Like I said before, I can't really look at Dragusin at the moment. I'm sorry, because I mean this guy should have been playing a long time ago. I mean we were playing Emerson Royale, bang average Emerson Royale. People were defending this guy, right? So I'm sorry, I'm not gonna have a go at Dragusin. I mean, yes, he might have been at fault, but it's his first game. You know what I mean? You know, all power to him, and that's it. And that's all I can say, and that's it. I mean, I'm only looking at players like, for instance, I came on because I was hearing the defense of Son. I'm sorry, yeah. I call Henderson bang average, but he still won trophies at Liverpool, yeah, right? As a captain, that's a captain, yeah. Van Dijk with youngsters in the team, in the team. Adrian, Mr. Box Off, the main event is speaking, bruv. Yeah, you had your time to shine an hour ago. You know what I mean? The main event needs to finish. The point I'm making is, yeah, right, is that Henderson, Van Dijk with a bunch of youngsters won the Carabao Cup. That's a leader. That's a leader. Yeah, right. If we're going to put things in perspective, people say Salah, having to go at Salah, who's won trophies everywhere he's gone, yeah, right? And they're having a go at him not being world class, and we're saying we're defending Son. Sorry, no, yeah, because I'm hearing these defenses. Oh, it's inspiring this, inspiring that. I wonder why we're in the mud then, Tottenham fans. I wonder why we're in the mud. Do better every single time. You know what I mean? If you're captain, your spotlight's on you, yeah, to make yourself known. He didn't make himself known today. He didn't make himself known in the last couple of years as well at Tottenham. And you've got to do it more, and that's it. That's a captain to the ship, and that's it. And that's all he's saying, that's it. On the game today, let's get straight to the game and break it down for everybody. Yeah? Yeah. Well, look at this. When you look at the team that should be, at the end, trying to get to top 4 and everything else, right? Look what we're doing. We show it again. You know what I mean? Like Fulham show exactly why I have problems with this team at the moment. The fact is we've got no competition. Basum's not playing well. Madison's not playing well. When our fullbacks are not turned up, who turns up? And I told you about the front three. Yeah? I can't really go at Johnson because we know he's bang average. Yeah? But the apologies I've heard from Tottenham fans, you know what I mean? The apologists I hear from Tottenham fans saying, oh, I was wrong about Johnson all of a sudden after 1.5 games. Really? You know what I mean? Werner scores 2 tap-ins. Everyone goes over the top about him. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. They've got no arrogance, no swag. You know what I mean? We need to improve that front three. I'm sorry. We need to. I'll actually take an Ivan Toney. We need someone that's a bit like an Aubameyang. I'll call him the below average Aubameyang. You know what I mean? Because you saw what happens with Aubameyang at Arsenal. He scored goals. Yes, he's a bit of a troublemaker. Yes, but sometimes you need a little bit of. You need something about you. You need something a bit naughty to just stir up a little thing. You know what I mean? I think unfortunately we need that. We need that.
Alex, one point I want to make to you, yeah? Fair play, mate. You just hit the nail straight on the head. 2, accepting our Spurs fans. Mate, you just hit the nail on the head for me. Anyone else can think what they want. 110%, mate. You just banged it. Fair play.
I mean, I love Alex, but that first part about Son was 100% garbage. But other than that, and Alex, I love you and I support you most of the time. But all that stuff you said about Son was complete garbage.
Listen, Scott, I respect you, Bob, but the fact is, yeah, I've got nothing against Son. This has got nothing against Son. Yeah,
he's a good player.
I'm done with this trying to be nice. Listen, I used to defend Davis, Dyer, Sanchez, Winks. Yeah, Who did I have to apologise to? I can't say on the channel. Yeah, but big up to him. Yeah, he was always
you
right.
did not
to me.
have to apologize to that fool.
No, because I respect him.
That other much smarter people than him already said.
No. I can't. I'm not gonna abuse. No, because I
Let's
respect
keep
that
to the
guy.
game. Let's keep to the match, right?
But what I'm trying to say is but I'm being respectful to the channel, yeah. But the point I'm making is right today, right. I haven't proven my point. By the way, I have not proven my point. Yeah, my point will be proven in the next couple of seasons. Yeah, it'll be proven in the next couple of seasons. Because, like I said on We Are Tottenham TV, causing some truth again on that channel again. Yeah, right. If Daniel Levy wants to sack Postecoglou, he will sack Postecoglou. Yeah, and on that notion, that's why I can't give. I'm not convinced at the moment, and I'm not going to be convinced until next season, until the following season after that, and then we'll start seeing the proof whether this is going to work, and that's it. Shown today, right? In the summer, we need some good wingers, right? We need some good wingers to improve that team at the moment, and we need a striker to score goals, right? Because unfortunately, selling Harry Kane has really shown why we've got bang average strikers and bang average wingers, and that's it. I'm sorry, and that's it. And I'll leave it for the rest of the show what I need to say, and that's it. Because Brian, my boy Brian, even though he doesn't invite me on his show, I love him that he's back on this show, by the way, because I love him all to bits, though. Yeah,
I love
to
you.
my
I
heart.
love you, Alex.
Back to you, say this. I'm done.
Well,
Me,
Ange
only
did
Alex-
he did say in one of his
Go on, Andy.
his recent interview, right, which was like you read between the lines. He said that it would take like at least 3 transfer windows to be where he wants to be. Well, if you said 3 transfer windows was 3 players a window, right? You know he's been ruthless wherever he's been. You know, like that this squad is going to be added to and stripped. You know it's going to happen.
Yeah, but Adrian, under Andrew's watch, we've signed in the wide and the attacking players. We've signed Brennan Johnson. We've signed Solomon. We've signed Veliz. We've signed Werner. None of them are of the caliber of our main rivals that we're trying to catch. None of those players.
Yeah, that's true, because like we don't know if they've got the potential to kick on, do we? We don't know that. We haven't seen it. We've seen bits with Johnson. All right, I wasn't a big fan when we even brought him in. I thought, why are we bringing this guy in for that money? He should be up and ready, you know. And like you said, I can't argue with that point. I can't argue. They obviously see something in him. Ange loves Johnson for some reason, and training and all that. Apparently, the word is out the ground that like he just loves his technique and everything else. Seen a little bit of him in the last couple of games. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, I like that, but not enough. Not enough. I've got to be honest, not enough.
Brian, let me bring you in. Just very quickly, Henry Fong, thank you. Channel member. Edex, big up for the super chat. He says, get the likes up. How about the stadium naming rights money over the 6% ticket prices increase? And finally, Levy out. Listen, I'll try and discuss name rights at the end of the show because I want to go through the match. But big up to you. Also, chat and come back to it. Matt Coppin, one of our own, says, last time we got top 4, we signed Clement Longley. Listen, we've spoken about summer transfer window and it means everything. Brian, how you doing, bro? We've had a chat about the Madison miss, the Muniz goal, and then it got to half time. The stats, they had 3 shots on target, we had 1. They had an XG higher than us. They had more touch in the box than us. Possession, we always dominate that. Final third, passes completed, we were slightly ahead there. So on the balance of stats, they just edged us. But on the optics, everyone was saying, we've done it again.
Mate, how many times have we seen this? This had Antonio Conte, let's go away and absolutely batter Manchester City and then go to Burnley and throw it all away. Every single time we do this, we all get excited and people get excited. We won 4-0, we're back, we're back. And as a famous prick once said, we've got our Tottenham back. As you do. And then it gets proved right. Listen, there's a few things I just want to say. And there's a few things that I said during the week. There's a few things I also said on Dan's show with David, or big up to everyone that's on the panel and in the chat as well. First thing, I said if there's one player that I could keep wave a magic wand over and keep 100% fit for the rest of the season without a single hesitation, it's Mickey van der Ven. You play this high line rule, which fair play, Ange wants to stick by it. It just goes to show how wonky it goes when you don't have Mickey van der Ven in there. The whole format and style of play revolves around that man. The second thing I said, and I said it specifically on Dan's channel when we're talking about players coming in, I said the biggest priority to get in the summer is someone like a Paulinho, a rock-hard, goddamn enforcer, like a Sandro, like a Wanyama, like a Dembele, like a Vieira, like a Keane. So when we can fucking mop this shit up and get it to the players that we need to do. Bissouma, and I saw Mark say it as well, after 2 games of showing a little glimpse of form, the whole midfield was horrific. Horrific.
Yeah.
We're so big.
Yeah.
We are so big and quick to pick on the obvious players. The big-time players, like Wayne Holland said, my brother, a big-time Leicester fan. Maddison is on fire, but once he gets an injury and comes back, missing, like Christian Eriksen. People called Wayne out going, what do you know, what do you know? Fact. He's been proven right. He's come back from injury, whether it's the style of play, whether it's him coming back from fitness and we don't have a decent enough replacement to bring him back in. Not good enough. But no one will pick Sarr, who I adore. Woeful today.
His worst game ever for us.
Like, mate, absolutely. Romero started off brilliantly.
Sloppy, very sloppy.
The whole thing, mate, we were shambolic, sloppy. This result, and as much as I will go on about the prick at the top, because it's the same shit over and over again, these players hang their fucking heads in shame. Hang their head. One game a week. This will help Tottenham. This will benefit Tottenham. And as I said again on Dan's show, when we're saying, do you want top 4 or do you want Europa League? David and Dan will testify that I said, I want fucking Europa League. Because we'll go into the Champions League. We'll hear some music. We will get the money. And like, who's the guy? Matt said, we'll bring in players of the style of Clement Longley. I would rather go into the Europa League and give this youth that are coming through the opportunity, like you said, Stel, that they won't get in the Premier League. They will not get it. Go into the Europa League and play these players. Take 6 or 7 or whatever first teamers, rotate it weekly. Let those players, the youth team, show what they can do, and let this first team breathe and attack domestic cups. Because the Champions League, whether we get it or not, we will not take it seriously. We are not going to win it, but we'll get some lovely music and the champions, and then get knocked out. And it'll be like, well, that was really good. That performance today, there are players on that pitch. Maddison, Sarr, Bissouma, woeful. Son did not stand up and do anything. Johnson, who I praise, vile. Kulusevski. Dejan Bielski. What the fuck did he do?
Can I ask you a question, right? And this is just I'm saying this as a host because I've got to be devil's advocate to create debate. When first went to Liverpool, when Arteta first went to Arsenal, when Sir Alex Ferguson first went to Man United, in their first season there were some stinkers in there. I remember Pep Guardiola went away to Everton and lost 4-0, right? Is this part of the process? Pain before we get the results, no pain, no gain, or is it as what Maz said earlier? No. This pattern, we've seen it all before. We know where it ends up.
You know that you know the difference with Arsenal and Manchester United and the teams you're mentioning compared to us and Liverpool when these people come in. Let's go down the road. Let's go down the road and have a closer inspection of what the filth do. Arteta comes in, no previous first team management experience, just an assistant under Pep. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want a Aubameyang and Ozil, 350 grand a week in my team. They're bad eggs. I don't want them anywhere near the team. Off your fuck. Off your pop. Okay, Arteta, don't know if this is the right thing, but you're the manager. We will back what you say. Out they go. Train with the fucking youngsters and then get them out. Rip up their contracts, done. Liverpool, the same. United, the same. Tottenham. No.
How long was Eric Dyer in there for?
Let's keep sending out players on loan so they can maybe do better, not do better, then come back and have too big a team and then say, we've got too big a team and we can't get rid of players and we have to buy to sell. Mate, the team is a mess.
I agree with Brian. But you know, Klopp's first 2 seasons, he loses 2 finals. Who do you have in his team? He had Moreno, right? He had Lovren, right? He had Karius, right? That cost him in goal, right? Before he went on to win stuff. We're now being super critical of Ange, which is
So
fine.
they got to a final.
It's right. We do a constructive critique because that's
to Fulham.
But no, it's fair to do a constructive critique. But you know, hang about. Ange has had 26, 27 games.
Yeah, but
we're going to keep.
We're not blaming Ange.
Why are we? We should be blaming him.
Guys,
one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
I want to come back to you on that because my boy Craig Sullivan is in the chat and we're having this discussion today on what we're having it. We're saying that with Ange Postecoglou and he's only had this amount of games. There was no Europe. We've played 3 cup games. 3 domestic cups. This club just treat like a piece of crap on the shoe. They're
in the first one. He changed 9 players, Brian. 9 players.
So once again, this football club, Jurgen Klopp, as you said, got to 2 finals in his first season. Took the domestic cups with the respect that they deserve. Jose Mourinho, whenever he went to England, even when he started at Chelsea, I want the Carabao Cup because it's the first cup available. It sets a marker, it sets the tone, and it shows these players we are a winning mentality. We have played 3 cup games. The embarrassment of Fulham that I was there for. I can't even remember. Who did we beat in the first round of the 3rd round of the FA Cup? And then finally, in an absolute stinker. And then there's no Europe. You got Liverpool who are in 4 cups already in a final. Manchester City.
To be fair, Arteta won the FA Cup in his first season. He won the FA Cup in his first season.
In the semi-finals. But this is the thing. 3 cup games we've had. There's no excuses for. Listen, I am 1,000%. I am as much Ange in as I am bald twat out.
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot just say, "Oh, it's a free season. It's a free hit." Those substitutions he made at 3-0 should have been made at 2. In fact,
Brian,
should have been done
but
at
that's
half
the problem, mate. But that's the problem, right? Because, and this is the point I made earlier, right? It's very easy to every time we get a new manager for everything to reset, and there's it's a new manager. They need to build their team. Yes, that's all true. But the problem is that the hierarchy doesn't change, right? They tinker around the edges. The same philosophy, the same mentality, the same strategy is always in place, right? And even when they say they change a strategy, their buying habits don't change, right? So you can't just, as you said, Brian, and I agree with you. There's nothing I disagree with you on, right? You can't just forget the history because the history is what guides you to make the decisions that will lead you to success, right?
Would you not say that the buying habits have changed the last couple of years? Though?
No.
I'll explain to you why. Let me put the case as to why they haven't.
Oh, they
have.
Stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. 1 second. Everyone stop. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Please. 1 second. Adrian, stop. Adrian, let David make his point. Like he said 3 words and everyone went nuts. Right, David, make your point, mate.
To be fair, it wasn't a point. It was It was a question to Max.
I'll explain to you my reasoning, right? And I'm happy to be proven wrong on this.
No, that's fine. But you got the question, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So,
Yeah, cool.
I don't think the buying habits have necessarily changed because we knew that we needed a number one goalkeeper, right? So, because Lurie's down tools effectively from last year when Conte was there, right, and the Newcastle game, and we knew he was going because actually we knew he was going even when Conte started his first full season. He was meant to go, wasn't he? And we didn't. Yeah. Right. So we needed the goalkeeper. So that's number one. We also needed another central defender to pair with Romero because Dyer was diabolical, right? And we sold Sanchez, right? That's
Well,
another one.
at the moment, I agree. We needed a goalkeeper because Lloris has been crap forever, and we needed 4 centre defenders. You've got me right now. I'm with you.
Yeah, right. The next player we signed was Maddison, right?
Yeah.
Now we sold Harry Kane, right? We needed another marquee signing, so we got Maddison in, right? We found out obviously when Kane left that everyone knew that he was going, right? So that's why I believe they've done the Maddison signing because they'll bring the fan base on board, which they did, right?
Hence the number.
Yeah. Now the only outlier that I can see is Johnson, right? So if we're basing the whole strategy based on just Johnson coming in, no, I'm sorry, we do buy the odd player every now and again, Ndombele, Lo Celso,
Right.
you know, who comes in and typically they don't work out. So I'm not sure what's really changed. What has really changed?
Well, so you're admitting that, like, obviously there's been some key signings that have worked well, and I think everyone on
I
this
agree.
panel
Yep.
would agree with that. You know, like the Mickey van der Vens, etc., Vicarios, etc. That's what you've just described, but then you don't understand the Brennan Johnson. That's kind of what I've got from that as a short point.
Yes.
So, yeah, the Brennan Johnson one, I understand it, and I think Stell, and I think even probably Brian would probably back this up based on speaking to them, would say it's probably more of a club signing than an Ange signing per se. But at the end of the day, I think there's a very talented player there. I think if we buy him for 20 mil, I don't think anyone's having a conversation with him. We're only having a conversation with him because he's 50 mil. And today we're having a bad day because we've had a bad performance. But I think generally the ship has been steered in the correct direction. Daniel Levi is having less involvement in transfers. I'm not saying his sticky little toffee pudding fingers are not on the transfers. You know, that the money that gets handed over hasn't got his sticky little fingers on it. But he's doing less now in the transfers than he was previously. And because he's that
There's
much
no
of a
evidence of
snob,
that, though, David. Because
Yes,
you
there
just said it
is.
was a club signing, right? You said Johnson
No,
looks like a club signing yourself. You said it.
No, because you got the Paratici signings as well. Brennan Johnson wasn't a Paratici signing. So let me caveat what your point was. Paratici is Levi handing over, but Levi still got his sticky fingers on some transfers, i.e. the Johnson one. That's why it's a very valid point for Maz to bring up that it's a bad signing, because it doesn't go well with what we need. And what we need is the manager, i.e. Ange, going, I need this to make a successful team. I've shown I want to be successful. I've shown that I want winners. Let me buy players. And we'd all agree on this panel that we'd give him the money rather than we'd give Daniel Levy the money. Would we not?
Yep.
So in summary, though, you agree with what I said. You posed a question, and I've given you the reasons why I don't think our transfer business has really dramatically changed.
No,
because I would say that 4 of those signings are absolute necessities. Because if we didn't sign them, that 62 goals we conceded would have been probably worse this season.
Yeah, but that's good.
Different point on
That's
this.
good. That's good transfer policy. So you're agreeing that's good transfer policy. We both agree on that. However, you can't say overall it's great transfer policy because you haven't fixed all the holes. Is that what you're saying?
But
if that's what you're saying,
okay. So I'll give more
I'll agree
context
with
to
you.
it. Yeah. So I'll give more context. The reason why we were in such dire straits is ever since Poch left in 2019 post Champions League final, right? And he had a few games, didn't he, in the following season. We heavily needed to rebuild that team.
Yeah,
and
no, we all agree with that.
Yeah, and Jose came in, and rather than bringing him the players that he wanted, they brought in players that he didn't want, right? And from then on, going forward, it's been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, but no,
Wise.
the point is, that's what I'm saying. I agree. That was shit then.
Yeah.
But at the moment, since we got Paratici in, it's been better.
Right. Let me make a point on this.
That was the point. So I agree with you. It was crap, and it's still not perfect, but it's got better since Paratici. And that was just my sign that Levi's sent some of it over. He hasn't done it all.
I can
The
accept
Brennan
that,
Johnson
David.
one was the full one.
Don't you think though it's a low base though to start from? Don't you
I'm
think
not saying I'm not saying it's right.
Don't you think? Yeah. See, one thing that really struck me when I looked at it was when you look at the players that we bought from Harry Redknapp's era to Poch's era. If you look at the quality that we brought in, Berbatov, we had Bale, we had Vertonghen,
for about 10
Navarro,
million.
Dembele, Modric. You know, the list goes on. And then, and in Poch's era, we brought in Dele Alli as an example, and Ericsson and things of that nature, right? But then you look at once he left, the players we brought in, it's a disaster because.
Agreed, but with what you're saying, yeah, I totally get you. But it has got better. Bale was luck. We went and got a 5 million boy who there was a chance he could be good. And he turned out a dog's bollocks. But if you remember, for the first 20 games we played, we lost every single game that he was in. And
but someone has to make
Bale out.
Dan, but someone has to.
I've got more to make for it, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, we are the fourth biggest spending club in the Premiership. No ifs, no buts. Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea. Man U, sorry. So we are in the top dogs of the spending, but we always spend it on crap 9 times out of 10.
Oh, so you just proved my point. You just said you just agreed with me. Yeah.
But if you let me finish, with the players we have bought, it has been awful. But since Paratici has took over, you can definitely tell that Daniel Levy has stepped back a little bit. Yeah, he's the one who signs it whether it goes through or not. No two ways about that, yeah? But at one stage, it was basically him who picked what players we had. No, not now. He still has a say in it, but Paratici has gone and got us how many good players out there that with Daniel Levy doing it all, we wouldn't have even looked at them. How many people went off their head when we got Vicario? No, we want Raya. We want Raya. He's the bigger name. It ain't about buying the biggest players all the time. It's about buying the right players. And at the moment, you can't say we haven't. It's actually been.
Yes, you can. Of course you can.
We have bought some quality players who have turned out very good. Udogie, if he's not going to be the best left back, like I said at the very start of the season, he's going to be the most wanted left back in the Premiership and very wanted in Europe. And if we don't sort it out quick, he'll go straight over to Bayern Munich. Van der Ven,
can I
one
ask,
of the best
guys,
defenders in the league.
I think my
we've always
statement's
got
been
some good
misunderstood.
players.
I
Scott,
think
I
my
want to ask you
statement's been
perfect.
misunderstood. I'll tell you why. Because I agree with what you said, Dan, right? And I agree with what David said. I didn't say we haven't bought good players. What I said was I don't see our transfer policy dramatically changing from what it was in the past. I still think
I got that.
Now.
Yeah,
No, do you know what? I get your point. I think I misunderstood you a bit.
Yeah,
so I totally get you. I'll come back on that.
And what I would add to that is that even with now Paratici or Lange or whoever's come in and Ange, the players we're signing are to what ends? Because if it's just to compete again for top 4, the 5th or 4th, what is the point? We've been there, we've done that before. I haven't got another 25 years left to wait for something to happen, and some of the older fans haven't got that time either. And this is where me as a fan, I'm getting really, really pissed off because I've got 24 years of wasting time with Daniel Levy, I'm not willing to give another 5 to 10 years of my time.
No, I'll make you right.
Just interject, Dan. 1 second, Dan. Let me interject, guys. Let me interject. There's a reason. Hear me out. Right. I've been listening to this conversation. I think this super chat ties into it. Okay. So Della Spurs, thank you. Super generous super chat. You know you don't have to do that, brother. Thank you though. You know it helps the channel. He says, and I think this comes to the crunch moment for us now, right? Another day at Spurs, no intensity or focus against a rival, or no consistency to follow up a top performance, basically the 4-0 against Villa. I want to give Ange time. I want to give any manager time. But if we, the board, manager, and fans, do not demand world-class winning talent, we will never win a trophy. So, Della Spurs, I'm going to tie this in. I'm going to tie this into. I'm going to tie this into the chat we've just had. Right, big ups, Della Spurs. Are we at that point now, guys, where the competition is so tough and the rivalry is so intense that if we are going to make that next step and be a winning trophy team, there's only so many young players, there's only so many gems you can unearth. Do we not now have to? 1 minute. 1 minute. No, 1 minute.
Problem is,
let me finish what I'm saying. No, let me finish what I'm saying. Thank you. Right. Are we not at that point where this big stadium we built and all the reasons we were told we're building it and all this revenue and FFP and profit and sustainability and all this extra generation of cash flow and everything we've been doing that Levy's told us, is it not so that we can now afford those superstar players? What I will say is this. As much as Man City spent, they went and dropped £160 million on 2 players. Haaland and Grealish, they won the treble. Liverpool couldn't win anything. They dropped £150 million. They got Van Dijk and Alisson. They won everything. Arsenal, I've never seen Arsenal in my life drop £105 million on a player. They look like the best team in the league right now, and they're in the quarterfinals. So are we now not at that stage where Ange can tell us all he wants? We can't spend £100 million, or we're not going to spend that money, and we can hear all this rhetoric, but are we not, linking back to what Della Spurs said, is it now time we start spending £200 million on 3 or 4 quality players instead of the 7 or 8 that we keep trying to do every single season?
Isn't good enough.
I just came back on the show. Adrian, let me speak because I've been out. I said this. Remember, when I said this, when Klopp made the announcement he was going to step away from Liverpool football. I said, now more than ever, where you have Man City, right? Going through a little change, but they're still on top. Liverpool has right now they're still getting results with kids and whatsoever. But when a new manager comes, they still are going to go through a transition. So they're gonna step back, right? Chelsea is still trying to figure things out. United is still trying to figure things out. Arsenal right now is seizing, right? Even if they don't win trophies this year, they are on the road to seize. Okay, we're going to be top 3. We're going to be the contenders with City for the next couple of years. Now, I said that the day Klopp made his announcement. Now, if we're smart, now is the time that Daniel Levy, if he ever snapped his head like, whoa, this is the time where these guys are look like they're stepping back for our club to seize the moment now. And that means, like Stel said, by 3 or 4 quality, rather by 8 and getting 4 of those 8, one for the future, getting 3 or 4, 5 quality players to go into our first 11, to challenge our team, to start building, to seize that opportunity to finally win trophies. This is the time now to be able to do it, right? FFP champions, right? We can spend 400 mil, the richest club in London, right? All these titles and all these things, right? We built the stadium for a time right now to seize the opportunity. And that is the question. Will we take the opportunity to seize that moment? So far, I would say no because of January of what we brought in and bringing in Timo Werner, right? I need to be convinced. Just like Arsenal fans were wanting Kroenke to convince them, and he got them Declan Rice, got them Havertz, right? Havertz is finally producing, right? This summer, this next 2 windows are very important to see now if we're going to seize the opportunity. And I got to see it to believe it. That's why I went back to my original point. Yes, this is Andrew's first year whatsoever. But the only flaw I have, one of the few flaws I have with him is that every player that I got, Brendan Johnson's, the Solomon, these are my plays. And I'm like, really? Because they're not balling right now.
He said.
Yeah.
Go on, Brian. Go, Brian.
One thing we have got now.
I want to see this summer if he has the cojones, the balls to say, all right, Daniel Levy, we got to get better talent. I know I'm being their PR. I'm saying what I'm supposed to say, but please get me someone better than Johnson, better than Kulu. Please. This is
because
now.
We are in the same space Liverpool were about 4 years ago. Exactly the same space in my eyes. We have a spine line on that team now, yeah? We have, I'd say, a solid back four who would actually look better if we didn't play up so high, because the way we play up so high, we're going to concede bloody goals even if we got the best 4 defenders in the universe, let alone the planet. Today actually showed that, where Dragusin actually was all right in the first half, but it blatantly showed he's quick, but he ain't no Van der Ven. So it shows how much we rely on one player. But we got a solid goalkeeper, solid back four. We got 2, I'd say, pretty much solid midfielders in. Okay, Maddison gets injured, but he's definitely on the spine line, same as Sarr. We need to build around that now. And it's, are we going to have the balls, basically, to do what Liverpool did and go bang, 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 there's the balls we need, the team's ready to go. I understand there's still subs you need and whatever else, but if you actually look at the subs, they look slightly better than they did last season. We have to be willing to build on this spine line now. We're in the same place Liverpool were, the way I see it. And Liverpool went out and went bang, bang, that's who we need, and they were ready to go. Are we going to do it? That's the question. We have this chat every time.
Fans want that though, because from the vibe I get from our fan base is very much. I hear things like this, right, and it infuriates me. Chelsea spent loads of money. Look at them. Look at the 20 years of when they got it right. Look at the 20 years of when they got it right.
He's been waiting for like 10 minutes.
No. First of all, I just want to say I'm honoured to be on the bottom tier with the wonderful and magnificent, I can't get through to him, Mr. Danny Kiriakou, my brother. Mwah, love you.
Nice to see you, Brian.
Always a pleasure, brother. So,
hope everyone's well as well.
I just want to go back to what that great super chat said still, and you said, I put it in the comments. This is the bullshit that sections of this fan club, of this fan base, believe in. Whether you like it or not, and whether you think it was overpriced or not, Arsenal needed a very, very high quality midfielder. They dropped £100 million plus on Declan Rice without Champions League money for 6 years, without winning anything for 6 years, without NFL, without boxing, without go-karting, without skywalks, without concerts. Isn't it amazing how we get the A-star boxers, the A-star performing artists, but the fucking aisle fucking Z of football players? But no, we can't spend 100 million because all the money that's involved, and we don't have money, record profit, record turnouts, record match days, record events. Let's bring these events on. Arsenal, who finished below us, and we all took the piss. What a wonderful thing. 6 years. They took over us for 20 plus years. 20 plus years. And in the 6 years that we finished above them, what did we do with it? Did we invest heavily in great players that were stars, not turned into Not all, let's hope this one is a Hail Mary and hit and hope. No, let's go and splash £100 million on Declan Rice. Does he have Premier League quality? Yes. Is he an England international? Yes. Is he captain material? Yes. Is he worth the 100 million at the time? Take it or leave it. If I'm looking at it, do I think Declan Rice was worth 100 million to Arsenal? Bloody right I do. We're all here taking the fucking piss out of Arsenal, dropping 100 bags. Don't know why I said that word. I fucking hate that. £100 million on fucking Declan Rice. Arsenal overpaid. Arsenal. Oh, really?
Brian, I agree with
the Champions League. Doing
I
much
agree with
better
every
than they were in
single
the
word
Premier
you
League
just said
last
there.
year, taking up Manchester City and Liverpool all the way they can, have adapted him to whether he needs him in defensive midfielder. Oh, no, Declan Rice, we've got a new position for you. Want to play you more advanced. Take our set pieces. What's happened? Arsenal, absolutely phenomenal at set pieces. Declan Rice on the score sheet regularly. Because they dropped £100 million on a player without Champions League money, without this myth that you get to the Champions League to get the best players, without concerts, without everything. But apparently Stan Kroenke only thinks of Arsenal as an insurance policy. Well, after thousands upon thousands of fans protested, look what fucking happened. So like that super chat said, and when everything goes on, they managed to find £100 million with none of this elite stuff. Yet we can't, but we're going to raise our season ticket price 6%. Fuck off the elderly. Stop young kids being able to go. But it doesn't matter because you can buy the fucking highest champion fucking kit, and you can join the waiting list. Everyone, go spend your fucking money joining a waiting list to join the premium event. £25 for that. That will get us going for the next, what, 7 million, one for the future?
We're too accepting. As Spurs supporters, we are too accepting. And I get what people said earlier on, like, yes, new manager, you got to give it a go. But it was a new manager, and people was arguing me, saying that Ndembele, Lo Celso and Dyer should get a bloody chance because it's a new manager. Spurs supporters, I will say 70% of Spurs supporters that I have come across in my life and what I see in chats and that are too bloody accepting. Oh, it's only a bad day at the office. Oh, it's only this. It's only that. It's been going on for too bloody long. And as a incomplete fan base, which we are not all connected together at all. It is the most split fan base in football now, most probably. Only a few hundred of them show up to kick up a stink about it, and the rest of them keep their fucking mouth shut because they're quite happy because they can still buy a ticket. Would Liverpool put up with this shit? Would they? Hell, they would have been at that stadium. No one is going in here. It ain't happening. Would Man U accept that shit? They would be at that stadium. No one's coming in here, mate. It ain't happening. They wouldn't even want to turn up, like go in there. Not any of them, let alone being kept out of it. But because Spurs are so split on the fan base, then you get the ones like, I would say, us, that get grilled for being toxic and that. All the others, all they give a fuck about is that they can put a ticket in there and get in there. They don't really care about the rest of the world or what goes on or whatever. And it seems like they don't even care about the bloody football. But would any other fan base put up with this crap? No, but we do.
Can I just...
I just want to reply to Brian's point about the football quickly. I forgot what it was all about. That Dad's just taken me away there.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Don't worry about it. Move on.
Go on, Alex.
Quick super chat from Danny
David.
X. He says, we as fans pay the highest prices in Europe for inconsistency and mediocrity. And you know what? We listen, it's hard to ignore this, right? When you go back to price, we are paying the most for the least out of the so-called big clubs. We're not getting value for money. I'm sure we all agree on that.
Yeah. David, make your point, because I've made my point on Mr. Box Office TV anyway. Another private stuff anyway. But go on, and then I'll make my point.
It was a Declan Rice one, so it was only a quick reply to Brian, and Like it was just like, I don't disagree with what you just said, Brian. In fact, I agree with virtually all of what you said. The only thing I disagree with is like you was using the Declan Rice one as an example to beat us with a stick with in terms of Angie's signings. Angie's in his first
No,
year,
no,
whereas
no, 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 no. I'm not. This
no,
ain't
no,
against
no,
Ange. This ain't against Ange. This is
no,
against
no,
the football club
against the club,
and how,
whatever. But
and how they find £100 million
yeah,
with no European football.
yeah. I get that, Brian, but they dropped that at the end of a successful period beforehand. They haven't given it
Mate,
first
come on.
season,
No,
right?
no, no.
But we
No,
didn't do it
no,
under
no.
Poch when we were in
No,
Champions League for 6 years in a row or
no.
something.
What I'm saying is, Ange is in his first season, so if Spurs treat him like Arsenal treated Arteta, then we're all happy, right? That's what we're asking for. As much as it hurts us to say, we're praising Arsenal for giving their manager patience and the backing. But they didn't give him the Declan Rice money straight away. They gave him the Declan Rice money once he'd proven he
Yeah,
was
but
half.
David, what they also did in response to that very quickly is, like I said to you, in his
No,
first season,
and got rid of the wages. I know. Exactly. I heard that argument, and we haven't got that issue apart from the Gio Lo Celsos of the world that we got to get rid of. Okay, we haven't got that reason, but I totally understand your reasoning on that. But at the end of the day, we're not at that stage now, so we're reacting to Fulham's loss today, and I don't think that ties in with that argument today. Today's loss was one of. I know. You're not saying that. I know you're not saying that.
The thing is though,
I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, but the thing is though, one of the things that this channel has been banging on about, we've been talking about it for the last 3-4 years now, is there's a complete lack of planning, and in turn there's a complete lack of succession planning within this club. The club have known that Harry Kane has wanted to leave for the last 2 years, 3 years at least. Where is the replacement for him? Now, some may argue Richie's the replacement for him. At that point, I'll say, have they lost their fucking minds, right? But let's say he's not the replacement. Where is the succession planning for Kane? Why bring in a manager like Ange, right, and then not give him options to say, right, we've lost the best striker in the world. Here's who we're going to give you. They didn't do that, right?
We're still
problem,
eight positions short, by the way. We've done this on mine and Dan's show the other day. We're 8 positions minimum that we need an upgrade or strong competition.
Fair
so
enough.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. We're miles away.
The next problem that I predict, that I've been banging the drum on early, is that Son is 32. He's going to be 33 soon. Where's the succession planning for Son? Because if you look at the stars that we've lost over the last 5 years, it's a massive drop. You know, Dembele, Kane, you know, Son. I mean, how many more players are we going to lose? Vertonghen, Alderweireld's gone. You know, Eriksen's gone. And, you know, the thing is, I look at Maddison and I think, is he really a replacement for prime Eriksen? Don't get me wrong, I love Maddison. I think he's a better player than I ever thought he was. But he's a completely different player to Eriksen. He doesn't dictate play like Eriksen does, right? So, yeah, anyway, that's my point, David.
No, and to be honest with you, like there's a lot of correct points in there, like the signings and the lack of upgrades. I see what you're saying. It. I can't remember who said it the other day. So apologies for not giving you credit, but someone said like it's taken this long to upgrade on Vertonghen with Mickey Van.
When we were on the show, Dan and
Brian.
Yeah, but
yeah. Sorry.
Look at Carl Walker. Look how many right backs we've gone through until we found Porro. Look,
and we even sold Trippier for 20 million when he was half decent.
50 mil. We have spent well over the 50 mil. When City paid 50 million, all right, it was sad to see him go. He'd given the club 7-8 years. He wanted to go back up north. Fair play to him. Gave everything to this club. Once again, sold on. You get £50 million. What should you do? We got Kieran Trippier there, who shouldn't have been sold. Was made to play a year with an injury because we're so cheap and won't buy a replacement. Let's go and identify a right back and buy one.
Trippier should never have gone.
And buy one so we are covered for the foreseeable. Trippier's there's number one. He has serious competition.
Well, I flip that, Brian.
Oh, no. Let's go through Aurier Let's go through Matt Doherty. Let's go through fucking Jed Spence. Let's spend way over 50 million and then buy Pedro Porro. Oh, and Emerson. Let's whack Emerson in that as well. Spent well over 50 million and 3 seasons trying to identify the main problem. Danny Rose hasn't been replaced since until Destiny. Christian since goddamn Madison came in. Mate, it's a pattern of this goddamn football club. Oh, there's a problem coming.
Can I add to your point, Brian?
Everywhere else. Go on, Dan, bro.
So it's just to add to that, right? The problem goes back to what Maz was saying about the planning, right? You just mentioned a couple of players, how long it's taken to get these players replaced, right? Adoji, it's taken 3 years or 3 or 4 years, same 3 or 4 years for Tongan, 3 or 4 years for a right back. That's the key problem at this club, is the planning. Because if you look at we haven't had a manager since Poch completed a full season, right? That's the exact problem. Because what we are doing is we're buying players for managers, and then they're not even given a full season to actually try and implement what they want to implement, or fully back the manager for that matter. And then we just keep chopping and changing for different players' ideas and identities of what the players that they want to bring in. And because of that reason, the club don't want to put money down, because they've got no fucking clue what they're doing, right? Or what they actually want. We all know what they really want. The underlying aim for Tottenham is to make money. That's all it is, right? All it ever will be under this in ownership. And anyone can argue. A lot of people will agree with me, and some people will disagree with me. But the underlying number one objective for Tottenham Hotspur is to make money. That is it, right? It's never to win trophies. Simple as that. And that is the biggest reason why we do not plan, because they don't care. They don't want the same ambitions as what Newcastle want to try and achieve in the next 10 years. They don't want what Chelsea want. They don't want what Man United want. They don't want what Liverpool want. They don't want what Arsenal want. It's as simple as that, right? And this is why it's taken so long. So we have to be extremely lucky to go and find a player at a good value who's actually going to become something. Udoji, right? That's a brilliant signing. I'm so glad we got him in. And we did that deal to send him on loan, so then we could have him the season after, right? Unbelievable deal. Vicario, great, unbelievable find. And if you think about it, it's Paratici that's found a lot of these players. So hats off to what he's done so far, right? And he's still doing work in the background. But the problem before that is that we've had too many different people in the recruitment at Tottenham who are trying to recruit players not for a philosophy we want to achieve. We chop and change what we're trying to, our philosophies. So what I'm trying to say now is that, unfortunately, as much as we all hate this, right? Today's performance, it was an anomaly, because all it was from what I saw from minute 1, I fell asleep at 75 minutes. I was so bored of the game, right? I literally fell asleep. And then when you actually look at the way we played today, it was a performance of complacency and arrogance, and just and basically thinking that Fulham,
Villa, all our performances have been crap since Chelsea. We've been crap since Chelsea.
Yeah, I get that, but look, we all have to understand, as much everyone knows how much I hate the board. But I'm like you, Stel. I'm like Brian, right? I hate our board with a passion, right? But unfortunately, we are now in a situation. No, I know, Stel, right? But listen, it's our first season under Ange, right? He's pretty much changed the whole first 11, right? From what we had, nearly the full first 11, right? It's night and day from what it was last season.
He's got a better team than Conte had,
right? He has got a better team than Conte has. But listen,
significantly,
he has. But the thing is, you have people.
And Conte had Europe, right? And Conte had European football to do.
But listen, right? People, there's so many things that people keep forgetting, right? First of all, like I said, we haven't had a manager that's finished the season, right? Full season for a while, long time since Poch, right? We've now got a far younger team than what we had. Then you add Harry Kane. You've taken out the best striker on the planet out your team, right? Harry Kane was winning us games left, right, and center for the last few years. Without that man, we would have been lower than mid-table. I'm telling you, the way we played under Conte, he had to play so defensive and play on the counter, because that was the only way we could win. Because we couldn't win playing normal football because our defense was so fucking shit, right? He had to put men behind the ball, right? We've now got a better defense, so we can actually play a bit more expansive football. But the problem is, we've got a lot of still average players in that squad, right? I said from day one, Johnson average, Werner average, right? These players are never going to be good enough for Spurs. I don't care what people say about Johnson. Oh, he had one good game last week, his best game in his Spurs shirt, right? But the problem is, I'm sorry, you are a fucking idiot if you cannot see, right? You do not understand football if you can't understand the type of player, say, Richarlison is, the type of player that Johnson is, the type of player that Werner is, and what they can bring, right? Johnson might be 23 years old, but you have to look at his all-round play, what he does on a football pitch, right? He has got no football intelligence whatsoever, right? Today, again, he missed 2 big chances, right? That one where it was Sonny whips in the ball across the box, right? And what does he do? He hits the ball and it goes completely off the pitch, right?
He kicked the floor first.
Yeah, how do you do that from 2 yards out? Werner,
Right, Danny,
even worse.
Danny,
Hold on, Dan. I'll finish the point.
I've got a point for you. I just want to make this thing, yeah? It's totally nothing to do with what I'm saying here, but I've said it on the private chat and you ain't seen it. Me and you had a bit of, I wouldn't say heated, but we had a big chat on what we need as a defensive midfielder, yeah? And I went through lists of who I want for us.
Yeah, you did.
I was wrong. No, I accept it. We need who Fulham had today. You were right, mate.
You know what? Yeah, Dan, I understand like what you were saying about the type of number 6s when we were discussing that on the channel last time.
You were right.
The only reason I say that is because I look at the way we played under Pochettino, and for 2 seasons we had the best defensive midfielder in the league. Right, was Wanyama. Right, Wanyama for 2 seasons before he got his injury that completely ruined his career at Spurs. He was the epitome of what you want as a modern day defensive midfielder. People forget how good well, it wasn't just that, Dan. People forget how good he was with the ball at his feet. He could dribble, he could whip a ball, he could pass, his passing was unbelievable. But people forget that. People forget that about Wanyama. If you actually watch Wanyama, his passing was phenomenal, right? That's why he worked so well with Dembele. And because he was an absolute monster. And that's what I want. Our team is lacking a complete monster in that midfield. And I'll tell you one player who's maybe not that kind of caliber as the Wanyama was, but someone who I think is gettable is someone like Onana at Everton. I think he'd be a great player for Spurs, right? Someone like him, he's a destroyer. He's good on the ball. He might chip in a few goals here and there, but Paulinho, again, even with his goal today, it was offside. He's got everything in his locker, Paulinho. He might not be that kind of Wanyama monster, but he's a monster in a different way. He is. I think the stat was that he's made the most tackles in the Premier League this season, right? He's a tackling machine, and we need someone like that. But the problem is we won't get someone like that. So my whole point is, unfortunately, what we have to do now is we have to see how it goes. Like personally, I know I've got a funny feeling what's going to happen with Ange over the next 2 or 3 years. I've always said this from day one, right? Because I don't believe the board are going to change. My opinion is that we're gonna improve the squad again, little bit by little bit. We're gonna improve the squad. We might start playing a bit better. We might get a bit more competitive next season. It all depends on who we get in the summer, right? But until we go and get that next level of player and we stop going for these youngsters who have got potential, we're never gonna catch Man City. It's never gonna happen, right? And or Liverpool or even Arsenal, right? It's never ever gonna happen. So what I think will happen is we're going to get to that point where we did with Poch, right? We're going to get to that point where we're really a bit more competing with those teams, but we still need that next level of quality, and that's where we're going to hit the line,
Declan Rice.
That's there could be like even a 70 million pound player or 60 million pound player.
But
are we going to go and get? But it's not just about a 60 million pound player and a youngster. It's about a proven ready player, right? That's the problem. And I don't think we're ever going to do that under this board, right? I'm here to be proved wrong. I'd love to be proved wrong by this board.
I don't even think we'll reach that level. And I'll tell you why I don't think we'll reach that level. It's because, one, we're not going to find a player like Harry Kane again, right? It'll be very difficult to, right? 2, we probably won't have a partnership like Harry Kane and Son anytime soon again, right? 3, I doubt we're going to find a midfielder as good as Dembele was of that ilk anytime soon, right? So there's 3 big reasons, right?
But do you know what? Yeah, go on, Maz.
I echo what you say. I don't disagree with anything you said. One thing I do want to highlight from the game is how I don't think Basuma is the right player for Spurs. I think Stelios, what he said on We Are Tottenham TV, was absolutely right. I think the 10 games that he played sort of fooled us into thinking that he was going to be the next Dembele.
Yeah.
And
That's
he's
exactly what
just
Dave
not that
said earlier.
player. He's just not that player. He's had
Well,
enough
do you know what?
time at the club to prove it, and he hasn't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do you know what? Do you know what?
Sarr is improving. Dembele is going
he is.
backwards.
But you mean Basuma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Basuma. Yeah, sorry.
You know, with Basuma, what I've seen with him is since that Luton game, I've seen a player who lacks confidence in his own ability. He doesn't like, it's like he's not confident on. Before, he was so fearless. Like those first 10 games, he was fearless with what he did with the ball, right? Now he looks like it's like he's nervous all the time. It's like he's scared to make a mistake. And when a player plays with fear and less confidence, your performance is going to be affected. So I'm still going to give Basuma time so I can judge him on a longer period with Ange, because let's be honest, under Conte, he didn't really play. Right, he never had a chance. So he needs to have at least another season, I think, to then fully say, okay, do you know what? Enough's enough of Basuma. But I don't. I've always said I don't think he's a number 6. I do not think he can play in that number 6 role. He is box to box, yeah, 100%. When he was playing his best football in the first 10 games, it was when he was playing further up the pitch, right? That's when he was playing. When he was breaking up,
when he was at Brighton. He can cover a 6. He can cover a 6 for a game or two.
Exactly.
Box to
exactly.
box.
Yeah, exactly.
When he was at Brighton and he played box to box, he bossed us, Arsenal, Liverpool, City, and many other team, and just totally took control of them to the point that Liverpool were going to spend 65 million or 60, 70 million, but they wanted 85, so Liverpool stepped out. We're playing him in the wrong position for one. And I swear to God, you must have just watched my show earlier, just bloody repeated everything that my mate Dave said. He said exactly nearly word for word what you said. You're right.
And do you know what? Do you know what, Dan? Like, for me, it's like, as much as I hate to say this, I really do, but we are going to have to wait and see what this board produces in the next 2 or 3 windows, unfortunately, right? That is the fact of the matter. We are at the start of an era with Ange, and I've said this, it's the next 3 windows for me. So this summer, January next year, and then summer after, right? That's when I'm going to judge where we are as a football club and what the board's ambition is, right? That's where we're going to see. Unfortunately, we are going to have to wait until then. If things happen and Ange gets sacked before, if he gets sacked, for example, we do really shit and he gets sacked before then I don't care about Spurs in terms of what happens now. Like, I will just support the club. I'll watch the games, but I won't give a shit what happens, because I know after Ange, nothing ever is going to. Ange for me is the last resort to show the board, to show the fans what this club wants. Because if Ange doesn't get backed, right, or if Ange fucks up because he still lacks that next level of player and the board don't go and get it for him, then for me, nothing's going to ever change. I'm telling you now, Ryan Mason will be appointed the manager, and it's just going to be a fucking downhill spiral from there. That's exactly what's going to happen.
That's what's happening, Dan.
And
that's what's happening.
I'm telling you, it's going to happen, right? And also, all I'm saying now is, as much as I don't like to be patient, because I've been patient for too fucking many years now, we are going to have to wait to see what this board produces, because I have seen a few things like to make me think, oh, okay, maybe they might start changing the way they might do things. Because let's face it, we had a good summer window, right? Everyone said we had a good summer window, right?
Yeah.
So now we have to see, right? January, right? I'm just going to add this
still
to January,
lucky.
right? It was still lucky, but I just want to add to, right, the January window. I know we brought in Werner, right? But the thing is, what we have to understand is, I'm going to play devil's advocate in this point. January is always a hard window to go and get your number 1 target, because most clubs do not want to sell their best players in January, especially for certain teams. If you're in unless you pay ridiculous money, which Tottenham are not known to do in January window, then we're not going to go and do that. So now, okay, we've had that bit of we've had an okayish window. We got Dragusin in, we got Eric Dyer out. That's pretty good. Eric Dyer finally leaving the club. Amazing. That was the best bit of business in the window, right? Now we've got Dragusin in. Okay, now let's see what we're going to do. Ange spoke about it the other day, saying we actually want another centre-back in the window, which I didn't think we were going to go for. But okay, Fine. He's talked about it. I think we all know it's clear and evident that we're gonna see a winger come through the door. We're gonna see maybe a centre back then come through the door. And from as far as I'm aware, Richarlison's going in the summer. So I think we'll get another replacement for him. I think Richarlison's going to go to the Saudi Arabia, and I think we'll buy someone else. So I'm intrigued to see who we buy there. And then it's a matter of, okay, are we going to go and get that number 6? Because if we go and bring in someone like Gallagher, which I don't think will happen, I think we're fucked, right? In my honest opinion. So we're just going to have to wait and see what this board does over the next 3 windows. I'm giving it 3 windows to judge where because I think after if you get, say you get 3 to 4 players in each window, right? Maybe 2 players that improve your first 11. That's what, if you get, say you get 3 players, right? In 3 windows, that's 9 players. That 9 players probably, you could say, transforms the squad, right? But out of those 3 players, 2 of them have got to be better than what you've got, or at least one of them, because then in those 3 windows, you've got 3 players that walk into your first team. That's what I want to see. At least every window, 1 player that's better than what we've got. If we don't get that, we're not improving this squad, right? It has to be. That is my barometer of ambition for this board, right? And I hate the board, right? But we have to just wait.
We've already failed that test, then, Danny. Right?
Yeah. But the thing
because
is,
in January we didn't get anyone.
We got Dragusin in, and we got Eric Dyer out.
But that doesn't improve the first 11. That's the point you
made.
Yeah,
but it improves the squad though. Like what I mean is, like in January, right?
Then Wiener improves the squad. Turbo Wiener.
Well, in that moment, yes, because we didn't have anyone else, right?
He's better than Johnson.
Turbo Wiener is better than what
they're costing us games.
Time.
But they're costing us games.
Yeah, but
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I'm going to flip this. I'm going to flip this. So what if it was Brian Hill there instead?
We'll do even worse.
Well, there you go.
We'll still lose.
Yeah,
lose or lose.
Wilson was a very good player.
You know what it is? I said this, and I've been saying it since I was still part of Tottenham away. I've said it when Tottenham on tour have been here. Tottenham Hotspur spend their lifetime buying lumps of coal, hoping they will turn into diamonds, which is fine. But you need a few diamonds to help them. Listen, this window in the summer, anyone who said Vicario straight away, oh, that's a diamond, you're lying. Whether you saw him for a few games in Italy or not.
I said it.
No. He is not. He is not like when they went and signed an Allison at 80 million. It's not like when they went and signed an Edison. When we signed Destiny, when we went and signed Van der Ven, these players have turned into diamonds. None of us sat here and went, oh my God, this is fucking awesome. They have turned into diamonds. Fair play. Vicario,
Van der Ven was our second choice.
I went mad when we didn't get Raya because I thought Levy was up to his normal fucking games. I was wrong, right. Completely wrong. But no one was going to say he's going to come in here and have the impact that he has had. No one. I don't care. Even Iggy, who watches Italian football night and day, and when it comes to Italian football, if there's one man on this planet that I treat as gospel,
Dan as well.
I told everyone he was quality, mate.
Yeah, but mate, you told him he was quality. Compared to Lloris, he wasn't, I'd say, an Allison level or someone that was coming in.
You're right.
Listen, right now, Vicario, and I'll eat humble pie all fucking day, is a diamond. He has turned into a diamond. We didn't sign a polished diamond. We didn't sign someone that came into the Premier League and the whole Premier League went, oh, wait a minute, Spurs have just made ripples. Like when they sold Coutinho and they went, wallop, here you go, have this one and have this one. And everyone went, whoa. Liverpool have just bought a diamond in Van Dijk. Liverpool have just bought a diamond in Alisson. Arsenal have just bought a diamond in fucking...
But Brian...
Whoa. They always do this. I do not doubt that some of these players have turned into diamonds. I do not doubt that the scouting network have found players that we may not all know, and we don't know fully. But you tell me, in the last 24 years, a player that has come in that is a ship-shaped diamond ready to fucking shine. Apart from Rafa van der Vaart, name me one player. Don't say Gareth Bale, because Gareth Bale was certainly not a fucking diamond when he came. Luka Modric certainly wasn't a diamond when he came. I'm talking about a player that was signed by this football club And every single one in the Premier League in Europe went, fuck me, that's a statement signing. Fuck me, we didn't see that coming. Whoa.
Edgar Davids.
Mate, Edgar Davids at 30 odd.
I'm being sarcastic,
Brian.
mate. I'm being
But
sarcastic.
I agree with you, Brian. And Scott M in the chat said, right, if we keep buying players that are just going to improve the squad, we won't get anywhere. And that's what we've sort of been doing. We never buy real world class, or I say world class, whatever world class means, players consistently. We just don't do that.
We don't. This is the thing. Cario, like I said, I've had to eat the biggest. I went in on Levy. I went fucking nuts. And then James Flower, a good friend of this channel, a good friend of Tottenham on Tour, said typical Tottenham fans wanting to go down the Brighton method, and then we do and everyone bitches and moans, which is fair play, completely bang on point. Some of these players have come in. Van der Ven, who I think is the most important player in our team, who I think is Defender of the Year, Premier League, period. He is magnificent.
He's better than Romero.
A fucking Lamborghini of a defender, a Rolls, whatever car brand you want to call it. But not
And he's got Real Madrid written all
even
over
the
him.
Dutch fans would go, oh yeah, wait a minute, you've just signed a world-class elite player. Potentially, yes. I don't mind us signing these young players, these Vuskovics coming through, the fucking Lancashires, the Sinsop Bells, the Alfie Devines, the Dorringtons. Amazing, brilliant. Bring this crop of youngsters, bring these lumps of coal that could potentially turn into diamonds. But to help them turn into diamonds, I want diamonds in there. I want players that can go, right, I am the fucking bollocks at this position. I'm going to rule the Premier League.
Brian.
And then help them go on. This team, this ownership, do not buy fucking ready-made diamonds.
This is why I said, right, it's like what Conte said. When I just said that we need at least 3 or 4 players each window and at least a bare minimum one player that goes into that first 11 that improves what we have. That's basically what Conte said as well. He said every season Tottenham need to buy a 60-70 million pound player every window, as well as its squad improvements, right? He pretty much said that. And it's what I believe as well, right? Every single window now, right? From now, I want to see one player that comes in and improves the team, right? Especially the first 11. So in the summer, I want to see one 60 or 70 million pound player that walks into that first 11 that's better than what we've got. I want to see a winger that's better than what we've got. I want to see a striker. If we sell Richarlison, I want to see a striker that's better than Richarlison, right? If we sell Højbjerg, I want to see a player that walks into that first 11, right? Who's better than Basuma, right? That's what I'm saying. So if we do that, then if we sell some players like Højbjerg, which probably will go, and whoever else, I want to see then at least this summer 2 players that walk into that first 11, right? Otherwise, we're not going to get better. We will not get better than what we're doing right now if we don't improve the first 11.
You're right on what you're saying. That transfer window in the summer, I mean, for the players we got and the players we look at now, you can't far off say it was epic. It was brilliant, especially by Spurs standards. But you're definitely right. Everyone went off their nut that Raya was going out. I didn't want him. He ain't my first choice. But then Vicario had only had 2 seasons in upper football and he was 26. I'd only known him because I follow Italian football and he got bigged up big time all season. But it was still a bit of a gamble. I knew he'd come in as, let's say, a bit of gold. I didn't think he'd turn into the diamond he would, but I knew he was going to be good. Other ones that we got, Van der Ven, wow. Talk about jackpot, yeah? But he was our second choice. We left it right to the last minute before we got him. We was lucky with him because we wanted Tapsoba that much more. Yeah. And if we'd gone for Van der Ven straight away, we'd have probably got him 10 mil cheaper anyway. But
I would love to get both of them. Tapsoba's falling. I mean,
because even though we've had an epic transfer window, a lot of it still actually comes down to we've been bloody lucky.
Yeah, do you know, it's true, but then again, you can say that with a lot of clubs, right? Sometimes players just don't work out when they get.
I get it; don't always go perfect. I get,
of course, but like we seem to be following this new data model, and the players that I've seen us being linked with, usually, right, since Andrew's come in, they're more of a similar kind of mindset to what I would like Tottenham to sign. But then you have to sign the player. That's a different story. So We have for me, what would be classed as an amazing summer, right? If we got rid of, say, Solomon, we got rid of Werner, and we brought in an Eze and Nico Williams. If we did that, that for me would show statement ambition. That would scream ambition, right? Because you're going to get two players who are versatile and completely improve your first 11 straight away. Could you imagine if we had like Nico Williams, Eze, and Son as our wingers, as our front three? Fucking, that would be ridiculous. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I just want to do a devil's advocate because Mr. Botsov is the main event needs to speak now. Because I've listened to a lot of the stuff and I just want to get back to the game. Ironically, I'm going to keep on subject because people say I spoil streams. Just to say this, let's put devil's advocate on this game at the moment. Because if we won this game, we'll be top 4. Yeah, and I told people I didn't care about top 4 because if we get top 4, you got to do better next season. So let's put devil's advocate, right? If we say we don't do well, this is actually good. This is actually good because then expectations now not having to do better than maybe 5th or 6th isn't that bad, and trying to get a trophy, right? Right, rather than having to do better than 4th. Having the pressure to win a trophy next season, because at the end of the day, whatever you want or say whatever you want, it's a project, right? You see what happened in Newcastle and Manchester United. They struggled this season because they had to do better than next season. Because if you don't have the ambition to do better next season, unfortunately, your standards are low. Because then teams will do better than you. You know what I mean? You always have to strive to do better. So the Van der Vens, the Adogis, the Vicarios have to be better. Yeah? They can't do the same thing they did this season. Because what they'll do, what will happen is teams will look at them and say, well, do that then. You just need to stop Van der Ven always cutting in and doing the tackles. Stop Adogi coming out and doing the inverted. And stop Madison doing the crosses in and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You've got to do. That's what good players do. They find a new identity and that's it. You know what I mean? You know, and that for me, I think for me, just to get back onto the point I'm making, is it a good thing at the moment that we're not doing that? This may not work out being top 4, because for me, I'd rather just get Europa League right now or Conference League right now, because we are not good enough to do Champions League next season. I'm sorry.
Alex,
you know what I mean?
And I just add to that point. I don't think we're good enough for any European competition next season. The way we're playing the way we're playing right now, right? We're not actually playing good football, right? If we don't get 8 or 9 players, like we cannot compete in any of the competitions. Like we can't even do it with playing 1 game a week, right? We can't even do it with playing 1 game a week. How are we going to do it for playing 4 competitions next season that we want to take seriously?
This is my point, Mari. Sorry, I haven't spoken for like an hour. Let me say one thing, and then you can go. Right, this is my point. Right, if let's say we finish between 6th and 4th, right, we finish somewhere there. Just to maintain that, with all the other teams buying players, we need to sign 3 players just to maintain that. Good players, right? Now you factor in Europe. That's at least another 3 or 4 players. So you're talking about 6 or 7 players just to maintain where we are with the additional games of Europe. And then if you want to win a domestic cup, you're looking at another 1 or 2 players. So really, if we want to have a better season than this season with what's coming next season, you need about 8 players, and they've got to be good. It can't be the Werners, the Veliz, these Bergvalls and these randoms. If we don't do that, we will regress next season. There's no doubt in my mind. Chelsea will come back eventually. United will get their act together. Arsenal, City, Liverpool will all get stronger. Newcastle and Villa, they're not just going to sit there and just be dropping off. They will They will come back. So our fans are deluded, man. We're a very deluded fan base. Very deluded.
That's exactly what I said today is the mentality. I hate to bring this up and bring them up, but you look at Arsenal, right? They battled top 4 to us. Okay, it was a learning experience in growing for their mentality. But next season, okay, they battled the league, but you can see the improvement in their mentality. And as much as, okay, they lucked out against Porto and what they're doing this year, right? They beat City twice. I mean, yeah, it wasn't pretty for them, but they beat City twice. You know, they beat Liverpool, but you see that their team is growing in mentality, right? Whereas like a game like today is like, man, this is what we've been saying for the last 4 or 5 seasons, right? A big I kick myself out. A big game for us that we really need to win. And once again, we don't win that big game, right? And just change everything, right? Everybody's happy whatsoever. Well, he didn't change that one thing, is that mentality. The mentality. If I can see the mentality grow each season, each transfer window, to see the mentality of the players grow in the sense of, okay, all right, we're taking our lumps, but the mentality is there that we're growing. This brings me confidence. But right now, a game like today is almost like, how many games can we name in the Jose era, Conte era, even the Poch era, the last season, where we could say, yep, typical Spurs mentality, you know, complacent, not stepping up, you know, that winning mentality. And so, you know, and we've got rid of a lot of players, but still, it's still a stench of that mentality on our club. And all, to be honest, the only thing we can say is who's been here constantly, right? Kane's gone, right? Dyer's gone. Oh, Levy the board. Levy the board. They've been here. And so for me, it's just the mentality. I have to see this team grow in mentality. We need to become a smart team. This is what Conte said. Jose said, we are not a smart team. And so we need to grow in mentality. I got to see it, man. I got to see it.
And
just
just
want to do one
last thing.
I just want to say goodbye. I just want to say goodbye,
See you
people.
later, bro.
Stel, thanks for having me on the
care,
show,
mate.
mate. Everyone
Last
on the
thing.
panel,
Yeah.
epic as usual. Take care of yourselves.
Big up, Dan.
And Spurs, pull your finger out your ass. See you later, people.
Big up, Dan.
Very quickly,
last
Alex,
thing.
very quickly. 1 second. Anyone watching the show, please like and subscribe to Dan's channel. It's the Hotspur Hood. Go and have a look. Follow the guy. Also, Tottenham on tour, Mr. Box Office TV, Hotspur 92, Adrian's Facebook page, Tottenham Till I Die. There's still 600 people watching. Amazing. Make sure you follow each of these creators, guys, because this is the community right here. Okay, big up. Thank you so much. Go for it.
This last thing, because Adrian needs to speak as well, because he hasn't spoken for a long time, and has as well, yeah. So I just need to say this, yeah. I've got to give props. I have to give
Shut
props
up,
to
Dietrich, you
Bentancur.
bitch.
I have to give props to Bentancur. I have to give props to Bentancur because what I saw today, when he came on the pitch, he was trying to make things happen. He was trying to make things happen, and I'm not trying to pull up positives to twerk for the fan base. No, yeah, you know me. You know me. I'll call this guy the Juventus reject. Yeah, but what I saw today, he came on for Madison. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, but he made himself known. Yeah, he was trying to make things happen, and he was getting really annoyed. Right, he was having a go at some of those Fulham players because he was getting so annoyed. So annoyed. I'm looking at that guy and I'm sitting there thinking he's just come from an injury, right? And he don't like losing. He does not like losing. Yeah, it's unfortunate this guy had an injury because I don't know where we would be without. I think he would be a better place right now if he didn't have that injury. So I have to give props to Bentancur because he did try and pull his finger out a little bit and he was fighting for the team. Yeah, I know I'm not trying to pull out straws, no, but I'm saying what I saw and that's it. Back to you, Sliss. I'm done.
I missed that.
I missed that. Can I ask you guys one thing, right? Listening to this chat, because we've been going on for a while about Levy, the board, and players and signings and whatnot. Do you think we also need to look at our players' mentality? And the reason I say this is during the week, I got called out. I don't mind being called out because if I put something public, I'm allowing you to comment on it, right? And big up to Carly. I like her. I follow a lot of her comments. she said to me, "No way, the person behind this account read Decky's letter, and this was my take on it." And my take on Decky's comments of "we lost to Chelsea, but we won in life" was, "Our fans are proud of being humiliated at home to Chelsea. How can I take this seriously? We won in life only if you're a loser." In my opinion, I think that's a loser mentality. Some say I'm too harsh, and some say, Stelios, relax, relax. But to me, I think that is a loser thing to say when you've been battered by the worst Chelsea team in 20 years, the worst striker they've ever had, Action Jackson, scores a hat-trick. Because I felt we mentally capitulated in that game. I think we mentally lost our focus and we just blew it, right? So when I hear when I hear 1 second now, Dietrich. When I hear one of our players say, "We won in life," did we win in life today? That 3-0 loss, really? No. So but she called it out and it got like 900 likes.
Carly's wonderful.
I reposted it today and I said, "Talk to me now, people," and it's now gone. It's swung back the other way. Do you think our players, their mentality isn't that of a winner? Because a lot of fans criticise Kulu's comments. Wayne Holland, who's a fan of many of our channels, he's a Leicester fan, and he said to me, "No wonder you don't win anything." Yeah, Brian, go for it, bro.
You know what I'm going to say again is I go back to what I was just saying about lumps of coal and diamonds. When you buy a diamond, you don't just get their skill on the pitch. You get their mentality. You get their attitude. You get their work rate. You get everything. You get everything. You get their passion, their commitment, their drive. And I go back to you. Let's go back to where I said Vicario. Has he got the passion of a fucking diamond? Absolutely. Has he got the getting what Spurs means? Diamond. Has he got that winning mentality? Has he won things? Has he been there, seen and done it? No. Has he been playing for a top team that's always battling? Has he had a player that's pushing him to the limits to say, right, I'm beating you for the number one? Like when we had Hugo Lloris. Hugo Lloris had some wonderful times at Spurs. In his entire 10 years, was there one serious competitor to rival him for his position? Not a single one. Not a single one. We have got players that when it comes to this, and we've been here time and time again with different managers, different styles of play, different formations, different training methods. Oh, I don't like training twice a day. Lump of fucking coal. Get a grip. You're getting paid hundreds of grand a week to maybe train 3 to 6 a day. And then what? You got such a hard life after. You might have to do a bit of media work. You might have to do a bit of work for Sky or Spurs. You might get asked a stupid question coming into the training ground. Who's your screensaver? Hard work. There are no fucking winners in this. Where's a winner in this football team? Where is the person that said, I've been, apart from Romero and who won a World Cup with their fucking country, tell me a player in that team right now and throughout time, apart from the Van der Vaarts, that have been there, seen it, done it, been in regular top tier competitions time after time after time after time, made a difference in these tournaments time after time, have had a game and I'll go back even to Harry Kane. Harry Kane, who is one of the greatest players to play for this football club, in certain games, like he's done for England, goes quiet and sometimes doesn't do what he should do when we get to finals. But don't get me wrong, he has got us to those finals. But there are certain times in games where you have these elite players, like a Paul Gascoigne, who said when the game weren't going that way, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get this fucking football and I'm going to grab this game by the scruff of its bloody neck and I am going to turn this game single-handedly, like Gareth Bale did in his final season.
Yeah,
like
Brian, but this goes back to the root cause of what I've been alluded to and what we've been talking about tonight is the mentality, and it all starts from the top, right? And this is why players like Klinsmann don't stay at Spurs. So he came in 94, 95 and he was like, oh, I need to go and win league. So went to Bayern Munich, went back to Bayern Munich, right? Berbatov is another prime example. He'd done his 2 years. He's like, I've got to go Man United. You know, that is symptomatic of Tottenham Hotspur. We've changed from being the club that brought these players in to win trophies to being a stepping stone club for them to move on and win big things. And that's only been perpetuated even more by Daniel Levy. It wasn't great under Sugar, but it's got worse under Levy. And there's no one who can deny that.
What do you mean worse? What do you mean worse, Maz? What's worse?
Well, under Sugar, we bought world-class players, right? 94, 95, we bought Dimitrescu, Popescu, Klinsmann, right? We bought Ginola as marquee players, right? During his tenure. Levy comes and we stop buying world-class players. Now, you could say, okay, well, the economics of the league changed and Man United were a force and blah, blah, and Chelsea came into their own. But the point is it was Levy's decision to put effectively austerity into the club and balance the books and do whatever we did, right? So we changed our mentality from being the top team in London or vying to be the top team in London with Arsenal to being, we've got to consolidate now because we didn't do too well in the 90s. And the whole ethos of the club changed. We stopped buying world-class players. We just stopped, full stop. Doesn't mean we never made them.
The transfer policy changed to buying young. I remember under Joel, we had like young English players. That was the policy. But nowadays it's the same shit, except it just has a different label on it. Now it's highly data-driven, but we're still buying young players in a view to sell them on in the future. We don't ever buy an established player.
So Levy was incredibly lucky that we stumbled upon Bale, which was one of the best players we've ever had, right?
Yeah.
And his record proves it when he went to Real Madrid and won everything, right? And Kane. If those two players weren't at Spurs, it would be a completely different history. We would not be the club we are now. Absolutely not. So
Adrian,
yeah.
I want to ask Adrian. Adrian, do you think we were better in the transfer market under Sir Alan Sugar than what we are under Levy? Forget the last big spending pattern of Levy's, but in terms of the caliber of player, do you think we were better under Sugar?
Not really. What did we win? I mean, under this
trophies, I'm asking about the quality of the transfers.
More than what Levy won.
Well, what Spurs have had a habit of doing is like bringing in a couple of named players to keep the fan base happy and never going to win nothing. But like the players have been great. The Van der Vaart deal was fucking excellent. Berbatov deal was excellent. The Modric deal was excellent. The Bale deal before he come good was excellent. But it was like, I don't know. It was sort of like more luck than judgment in those sort of deals. I mean, where we are now with the squad is the fact that like we're all getting wound up because we're not doing so well because our expectations have been raised that highly. But when you actually look at our squad, basically, you've probably got two forwards. I would class Son and Kulu in there, right? Kulu's proven, so is Son. Kulu's got 13 goals or 14 goals and 18 assists or whatever in 73 games, something like that. Right? Then you look at the four midfielders we know we've got, Saar, Basuma, Bentancur and Maddison, right? That gives you 6. We know we got a good back 5 with the goalkeeper. That gives you 11. Maybe Dragerson will come good. He actually looked okay today. A couple of sloppy passes, but he looked like he wasn't out of his depth. But apart from that, what have we got? Werner's not good enough. I mean, like I've said, he couldn't a cow's ass with a fucking banjo, could he? I mean, let's be fair about it. To miss that sitter today, Johnson missed a sitter, but at least Johnson's got potential to go on and prove himself to improve on that. If he doesn't panic in front of goal, he should have scored. In the first half, although we were crap for the first 25 minutes, we did create chances. Maddison showed good, quick feet to try and score a goal, right? And he missed. If it had gone in, everybody would be saluting him. But look, we don't have the squad, guys. Let's be fair. We don't have the squad. We will be in Europe next year. right? But we don't have the squad. Not in depth. I mean, like, I thought Maddison was poor today. I'm a big fan of Udogie. I thought he was poor today. 2 of their goals come down his side, right? You know, I thought they had a bit of luck with the second and third goal. I mean, like, the second goal come off the guy's knee or fire. You know, that shows you that our day is not going to be a good day. And the third goal bounced off the fucking post. It could have landed anywhere, and they got a tap in from a scramble. Okay, fair enough. I'm not denying that Fulham didn't deserve
Question
to
on
win.
that. Can I ask you a question on that? Adrian, can I ask you a question on that? One of the greatest managers of all time, Ancelotti, said, there's no such thing as luck. If you put enough pressure and send enough balls into the box,
I agree.
you force errors. You agree, but you call it
I
luck.
agree.
His
I
argument,
agree.
okay, so if you agree, it's not luck then, because his argument is by doing that, you force those mistakes that lead to goals. So it's not luck; it's the pressure that caused that to happen.
Why you play. You know, as a coach, still, don't you? You play the high press because you want to force the opposition to kick the ball long, so as your defensive group, right, can recycle the ball, and you go again, and you push it on them again, you force them again, and you try and recycle the ball again. You put the pressure on. Today, look at Sonny's touch. I'm not going to knock Son. He's been fantastic. I think he's got 14 goals and 8 assists this season, right? And yet his touch, just that little bit off, which would be like crucial for us today, like, you know, and like his touch was poor, you know, and the same. I see a few challenges. Well, not so much challenges today. I think we bottled a few challenges today, to be honest with you. When I watched that game, I thought, like, why aren't you fucking going in there and fucking giving it, you know? And I see a few challenges that I thought, like, we were, like, a bit passive with, you know? I mean, like Fulham, to me, I mean, don't get me wrong. I thought Robertson and Paulina played really well for them. Robertson's cross for the goal was brilliant. It's one of those you hit them. I don't know if it's hit and hope or whatever. When you get it, you strike a score. Suddenly, it's brilliant. Like last week when we got the one from Sarr to Maddison, right? You're putting the ball in the mix. You're trying to aim for your play. You mean it, but when it comes off, it's great. If it doesn't, you think, okay, fair enough, right? I'm not bothered. I still think we'll get top 4, not 5. I still think we'll finish top 4 against other teams. Today was such a bad game. Like, we can overanalyze it and be super
So was
critical.
the Chelsea game, so was the Wolves game, so was the FA Cup, so was the Carabao
we can
Cup,
be.
and it's the same
Yeah,
thing
but we
every
can be
single year.
super
It's a
critical. And
bad day at the office.
sometimes you just have to stand back and just think, all right, okay.
But Adrian, they wanted it more than us. Like, it was obvious from
Yeah, I'm
the
not
first
saying
minute.
that, Az. I'm not saying that.
Standing back
But
since I was
sometimes you-
16 years old.
Sometimes you can say, like, you can just put it down to, we know we're better than that. So sometimes you can put it down to just being a bad day at the office. Okay, we were shit on the day. But it happens. You know, you'll watch Man City struggle to beat teams. You watch Man City, they were beaten at Sheffield United or something like that.
Yeah, but they
Right,
win trophies, though. They win silverware. We can't.
Hold on. I'm
Brian,
not talking about winning trophies. I'm talking about winning games. I'm talking about league games and what the Premiership throws up, right? Even with lesser teams, right? We know, listen, you know for a fact every year the same thing happens, right? Lesser teams or less wealthy teams that can't afford to go out and buy top class players or whatever, they'll go out and get players that might turn out to be excellent, right? But these teams do not stay in the Premier League on their away form. They have good home records. And every time it never comes as a surprise to me when, like, a lower team beats Man City, Liverpool, Man United, us, Chelsea, Arsenal, or whatever, you know, because these teams do not stay in the Premier League on their away form. They get scalps. That's how they survive, right? So today, I had loads of bets we were going to spank Fulham today, right? They've won, like, out of the last 16 games, they won 1. We won 14 and drawn 1. That's home and away, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm gutted we lost. I don't think it's going to affect us because I think, and I'm not bothered about going away to Chelsea.
I don't know, mate.
or
If we, no,
Newcastle,
Adrian, I
because
disagree
I
here.
know,
Right?
I
If we
know,
play like this, if we play this against
but
the
we
big teams
won't,
coming up in
Sterl.
April, we're going to get tonked. I'm just
Sterl,
saying, if we play like this, like
yeah,
we did against Wolves, like we did
I
against, like we did
hear
today, if
you.
we play like this in
I
April,
hear you
we're
and
getting
I feel
spanked.
you. But I hear you and I feel you. But can we play worse than that? Can we actually play worse than that?
Yeah.
Well, if
Let
you
me jump
believe
back.
that,
Let me
that's
bring in Brian. 1
fine.
minute.
It's
Let
fine.
me,
Right,
listen.
if you want to think that way, that's fine, right? But not
But
for
I've
me.
seen us play worse this season than that.
Yeah, but then we go away to Arsenal, we get 2-2. We go away to Man City, we get
Yeah, but you're
3-3.
pointing out a
right?
few results, trying to. But I'm saying on the whole,
At home, we lose 2-1. We play West Ham
I'm
at
not
home.
look,
We lose 2-1.
What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to put any gloss on what's
City
happened
in the FA
today.
Cup
Today
at
was
home, we lose
shocking.
1-0.
It
No
was
shots on
absolutely
target. No shots on goal.
But
we're cherry picking now. We're cherry picking.
We're not.
All right. Well, look, when we
now,
go away to Chelsea and Liverpool and we beat both their teams, I'll come on and say, Adrian, man, you were right. when we go and beat them, right? Brian, let me
I'll
bring Brian.
be messaging you still on that, right? When we beat both, I'll be messaging you, right?
You're going to be on the show.
No, because
Brian, I know you've got to go.
Spurs are like that.
Let me let Brian
right?
speak because he's got to go. Let me let Brian speak because he's got to go. Go on, Brian, you speak.
Yeah, I
Let
just
Brian
want to
speak.
go back very quick. Just a couple of things I want to say. You asked the question a moment ago, Stu, and you asked it to Adrian, and you said, was Alan Sugar better at bringing players in than Daniel Levy? Now, what I will say is it's very, very hard to put 9 years against 24. But what I will say is within that 9 years, Alan Sugar, and forget the price tag because the transfer fees are obviously extortionately increased compared to when Sugar was here. That man signed Jurgen Klinsmann, one of, if not the most lethal striker in world football at the time. Not only did he sign him, he signed him when we had a 12-point deduction and we were at the FA Cup. Yes, we got back in the FA Cup because Sugar fought. Yes, we got the 12 points. He signed Jurgen Klinsmann for £2 million, which back then was goddamn a big price tag. Could and would Daniel Levy, if we had chucked out the FA Cup, had a 12-point, go and be able to recruit? Like I said, forget the transfer fees because they don't max up. Would he be able to do that? Would he pull it off? No, he would not. It's very hard to put 9 years with 24 years, especially with the amount of time and with the Pochettino success, which we never had with Sugar apart from that one cup win. So it's hard. But Alan Sugar signed that man, the elite of the elite, just come off a World Cup where he was devastating. That season for Spurs, devastating. Came in and was one of the first foreign players that came into this Premier League and made everyone. That was a signing that made.
And he scored 4 goals at Wimbledon that kept us in the division.
That was in his second stay. Came back to help us get out of relegation. Re-signed him. All right, after that, I wouldn't wash my car with it, but did it for the love of this football club. I'm off now. I am off now because I'm exhausted and need to get my kip in.
Is this true?
I will be back. That is a true story.
Right.
That is a true story.
I want to add something to you, Brian, before you go.
Wow,
I remember Jurgen Klinsmann turning around and saying, which to me epitomises Spurs fans, and I've been watching this team play for over 60 years, right? That he turned around and said, one thing that it's like in the ether. He said, Klinsmann said, there's something special about this club. He said, you can't put your finger on it, but there's something special. And for a Spurs fan, you know it because it's in the ether. Although they suffer and endure, lots of bad things, it is there. I mean, the fans of this club, honestly, I would salute them because I just think they're fantastic. Yeah.
A large section of them are
idiots. I think we're the most gullible bunch of idiots, all of us, including me.
Thanks for having me on. Everyone that's here, thanks for having me on.
Big up, Brian, mate. Good to see you, brother.
And I'm going to do my saying, and as always, Levy out. But as my hero, The Rock, is back in WWE, there's a slogan he's using, and I'm going to start.
Salute, Brian. Salute, mate.
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Well,
Like,
still,
we
so
talk
I'm
about
just a gullible Spurs fan, mate. You know what I mean? Been supporting them for 60 odd years. Like.
we come back for more every week, knowing
Of
how it
course.
ends. Like
It's a toxic
Of
relationship.
course,
That's
Mel.
what it is. It's a toxic
Crack
That's
relationship.
the jeopardy, the risk, like what you do as a fan. You know, what do other clubs do? Say like lesser clubs, say
Win
like
trophies.
Darlington or I don't know, Stockport or something like that. Why do they support their team?
You
Why?
see now, Adrian, right? Adrian, see now, I'm glad you said that because this is what the social media puppets do. I call them all out. Like today, they've gone ballistic over my tweets, and I'm sitting there laughing at them, right? Because I don't
Fair
care.
enough.
I just don't care.
I was
couldn't
going to
care
give you some
less,
stick,
right? Yeah, go, mate. Go for it. I can take it.
No,
This
no,
is what
no,
they
no.
do.
I'm joking. I'm joking, of course.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are. This is what they do. Oh, but look at Brighton. 1 minute, we're a Big Six club. Compare us to the Big Six, right? We always lower our level to compare. Why don't we look at what we're called a Big Six and compare us to that? Because when we do that, we've got nothing. But we've got to lower ourselves. But look at Burnley, look at Brighton, look at Newcastle. We're not that. We're bigger than that. So I don't look at those clubs. I couldn't, like, if I supported, let's say, Darlington Rovers, I'd compare my club to Blackpool, to Rotherham United, that level. But when we're Spurs, we've got this habit of always looking down to make ourselves feel good. No wonder we never go up. No wonder we never rise at this club. So, and that's something
a
like
perfect
it's not
point,
just
Stel.
you. I hear this.
But why?
The thing
why,
is, as well,
why
is that we have
when-
Aston Villa, right? That they brought in Emery last season, and within the space of 2 seasons, are potentially going to finish above us already.
Yeah, but you
And
see,
Emery's a top manager. You know he's going to come in and do something.
So is
I'm
Ange.
sorry.
Ange is like the cream of the crop, mate. He's Celtic, won loads of cups. and stuff.
Over Liverpool, they had £300 million worth of debt, right? FSG took over Liverpool. They had £300 million worth of debt that needed to be restructured. They redid it, built the club, got Klopp in, changed the recruitment. Within 10 years, they won a Premier League title that they hadn't done in 30 years. So that ownership in 10 years delivered. Leicester City's owners in 11 years got them promoted into the Premier League, won an FA Cup, Community Shield, Premier League title. It took them 10 years. Stan Kroenke has been the full owner of Arsenal for 5 years. He's won an FA Cup, rebuilt the team. They're on the brink of winning 2 major honours, right? 10 years for that club, 10 years for this club, 5 years for Arsenal. When it comes to Spurs, we're 24 years in and we're trying to justify it. Like,
yeah, but no. Still, we've been crap.
If you dare,
we have been crap, haven't we? Apart from the last few years, and Paratici needs to take a lot of credit for this, for restructuring the academy level when Dean Rastrick went.
When other chairman
we broke the pay structure at that level. We hope that a few of those players will come through. If not, they'll be sold on or whatever.
It's taken us 24 years. It took the other 10 years. You get the point.
That's
You missed the
true.
point.
That's all true what you're saying. But at least in the
It
last,
is unacceptable.
Yes, it is unacceptable. But in the last couple of seasons, the last couple of years, the recruitment has improved dramatically. It's still not where we want it to be, right? It's not. We've got a good back five, maybe.
We stopped being a top 4 club.
We've got good 4 midfielders.
We stopped being a top 4 club in the last couple of years.
Would you say we're a fraudulent
We're
big
not
club?
there, right?
I had to
And
use
like,
the word, but
it's when he actually said, didn't he, Ange? He said, which is very telling, right? When he said in the interview, it's going to take 2 or 3 windows to get us where we want to be.
Said that as well,
how
man.
many players do you
Conte said that
consider
as well.
2 or 3 windows is? If you said 3 minimum, that's 9 players. He will be ruthless. He's been ruthless wherever he's been. I mean, and then people
Adrian,
say,
that's if he stays.
work
Adrian,
in progress, project and all that. Well, look, guys, be fair. Success is never final, right? It's never final. And when people say like projects and all this, forget that. That doesn't mean nothing to me because like success is not final. You're always going. You're always looking to improve, to raise the bar, etc., etc.
But we haven't. We've gone backwards in the last 5 years.
Guys, we're not nowhere near where I think
Adrian.
we should be. We have improved, We've improved dramatically with the defenders we
Nowhere
brought
near
in.
the level
we
Poch
brought
had
in,
us at. We are nowhere near
the
the level
forwards were
Pochettino
crap,
had us at.
basically,
Adrian,
apart
no
from
way.
Son and
We were
Kulu.
beating Real
Adrian.
Madrid in the Champions League. We were knocking out Borussia Dortmund. We were getting to Champions League finals. We were getting to semi-finals of domestic trophies. We will beat any team that came to White Hart Lane. We battered them.
That was
We
true,
took
right?
it to them.
And in that
We're nowhere near that.
we weren't fancied to finish in front of Dortmund or Real Madrid, and we finished top of the group, right? Now, Poch did that, right? Hold on. He did that, right, with the players he brought in and changed the squad, right? But then he wasn't backed, and he went 500. I'd have him back in the future if Ange retires or whatever. He went 518 days. We finished second, third, fourth under Poch, sixth and seventh. Then they sacked him because we didn't get the away results, and we didn't get the result in the away in the Champions League final, right? But he took this club forward. He raised the expectations to the fan base because we was only looking at Europa League before. They're not even Champions League and all that. He took us forward, right? And everyone fucking stabbed him.
No, Redknapp gave us Champions League
Mourinho stabbed
ambitions.
him on the back when he said to Levy,
Arguing against your own point now.
I can get a
You're
better
arguing
team.
against your own point.
He
You
stabbed
made
him in
a
the
point,
back,
and now you're
right?
arguing against it.
Listen, I'm not
I'm
arguing with the guys.
confused.
I'm just stating a fact, right? So Poch did well, and to not
This is your fault, Has.
not have to
You
have a
actually lost.
transfer brought in for man, shut up, right? For 518 days. For 518 days, he wasn't backed in the transfer market, or he didn't want the players that maybe the cheapskates that
gone forward. Adrian, you just said you're bigging him up, and then you're saying we've gone forward from that. We haven't. We're nowhere. Guys, does anyone here think we're close to what Poch
No, we went
did?
backwards because we went second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh, fourth, and eighth because we was in that fucking
We're
conference.
not even
league.
close to what
Right?
Redknapp did.
No, we went backwards.
We're not even close to Redknapp. He's right. We're not even close to what Redknapp did.
Yeah, definitely not close to what Redknapp did.
I say we're around Martin Joel-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Martin Joel. We've got Martin Joel. When was he here? 2008.
It's 06 till like 08, wasn't it? Or something like that.
Randy Ramos.
So we've gone 16 years back. £1 billion with a £1 billion stadium.
Progress, lads.
Yeah, but hold on.
6%
Also
up
with
as
the
well.
stadium. Come on. I mean, when Wenger got his new stadium, he thought like that would be the game changer for Arsenal. He thought like you better now be able to compete with Man United. And that was before the oligarchs come in, the bank guy coming and took over Chelsea. Man City got their crap fucking all owners at Man City, and they're going to get points deductions and screwed in the future unless they buy their way out of trouble, which they probably might, right? And like, so that didn't work for them. But I love the old White Hart Lane. I see us win 2 UEFA Cup finals there. Like, I've seen them win us an Anglo-Italian Cup and all that. Seen loads of fucking great games there. But I admit we needed to move in a bigger stadium to compete monetarily with other clubs.
But then, Adrian, where are these £100 million
We're
players?
not
then?
competing, though.
Well, we are.
But Adrian,
That's
but
true.
Adrian,
But
no, let me. Okay, Adrian, hear me out,
Maz
please.
has. I agree with you. We aren't competing. We aren't buying 100 million.
No, Adrian.
Why?
Let me
Because
say my point.
Levy, what Levy's done, he's built his fantastic stadium, training ground, all that shit, right? But he's also, in doing so, he's given us like a fucking £1 billion of fucking debt, which he now expects us fans to pay for with 6% increases, like me on my season ticket and whatever. We're now
the debt's just cheap debt. It's cheap debt. No. Don't be brave.
And therefore,
But then
because of
doing the
that
concerts
debt,
and all this pay for the debt as
look,
well.
if we had no debt, we could go out and buy players.
No,
if we wanted.
it's like a mortgage, Adrian. Adrian, look,
we're the richest club in London.
The stadium, building Tottenham Hotspur
Have you
into
watched?
this.
Have you got? I've downloaded every financial report.
Let Matt say his point. Matt say your point. Matt say your
And
point.
I've looked at every financial report and.
Muted him, talk. I muted him.
All right, Adrian, hear me out, please.
He doesn't even know. Carry on, Matt. You don't hear him talk.
Right, Adrian. Alan Sugar proposed to Arsenal back in the 90s. He's still talking. I can't do it. I can't
He's
do
nuts.
it.
Ali's just walked off. Did you see that?
God, he stopped.
Adrian, Alan Sugar, right, in the 90s, went to Arsenal. Or was it Irving Scholar? Sorry, went to Arsenal, and he wanted to do the same thing that AC Milan did with Inter Milan when they built the San Siro, right? And Arsenal said no. Okay, and I believe that when Sugar bought the club, a lot of the Tottenham was a lot of the estate around Tottenham was freehold, so we owned everything. We were one of the few clubs that actually owned a lot of the land around Tottenham. Hence why we built, we increased the capacity of the stadium. Now, when Levy took over, the plan was always to build a new stadium or increase the capacity, right? And then obviously, the council, what council is it? Haringey Council, whatever council it is.
Haringey,
yeah, that's it. Was blocking them for all those years, and it took a hell of a long time for them to do whatever they needed to do to get this project underway. The point is that's been, for us fans, who all we care about is our football team doing well, right, and progressing and winning things, a 24-year project. We've had the stadium now for 3-4 years, and yes, we have spent the money, but we've spent it so poorly that it's beyond forgiveness. Because if we were in year 5 of the project, or even year 10, you could forgive, and we did forgive, right? But we're now another decade on. Another decade plus 4 years on.
4 years into a 3-year project.
Yeah,
we're 24 years into a 3-year project.
The problem is, Adrian, for you,
hold on,
as an older fan, Adrian, for you, what I feel sorry for is not only are you paying the 6% more, but we might not do anything for another 5-6 years, right? And God forbid anything happens to the older fans and they don't see their club win anything.
You have to hope and believe as a fan, because when you consider what we've done, we spent 40 million for Davin Sanchez, 60 million for Richarlison. We played 40 odd million for fucking Lo Celso, and then you had 60 million for Dembele. You could say, like, we have wanked 200 million away, and yet we went out. We got Vicario for peanuts, Van der Ven for 40 million. We got Udogi, we got Sarr and all that. Like, so the recruitment,
65 million, Brennan Johnson for 50 million. There's 110 million right there.
Yeah. The recruitment has improved, and now we've got a recruitment team. We've got a better academy team. You have to be hopeful. I mean, like, why support the club
Adrian,
if you don't live in hope? I mean, I'm hopeful that I know the squad. To me, I'm looking at like 11 or 12 players out the whole squad. Like I say, Son and Cooley for me, the 4 midfielders, the 5 at the back, right? That's like 6-5. That's 11. Perhaps Dragerson, perhaps Johnson might come good. We don't know, right? The jury's out on them. But you're looking at about 11 players.
I'm not sure about Dragusin, guys. I'm going to tell you now. I'm not sure.
Well, fair enough.
I'm not going to go off one game. Game. But twice today, he got caught.
Yeah,
he got caught out of position. Right?
And he gave a couple
that to me
balls away as well, to touch as well. Right?
He made some good tackles. He did recover well in certain situations. But listen, I'm just saying.
But he don't like pace. He can pass the ball. He looks decent in the air. All right, this is just after the last game when he comes forward. Okay, right. Well, is he worse than Dyer? No. Right. So like, or Davis? No. So like, he's an improvement.
Adrian, I'd rather see you at the back than Eric Dyer. So it's not like a massive base to base it on. Right?
Yeah.
No, I can't say. I think at the moment, right now, right. Unfortunately, like I said before,
we need 6 players, guys. Minimum 6.
Like I said before, I think we need to be careful here. At the end of the day, right, and this is why. And I don't know why Maz didn't. Big up to Maz, but I don't know why Maz didn't mention me at the beginning that I wasn't convinced, because I've been making it.
I did mention you. Alex.
Okay, good.
I've been mentioning you, mate, for the last 3 weeks.
You go to Juventus, get us Vlahovic, get us Cambiasso because he can play at left back, right back.
But the problem is, Adrian, is would Levy pay the big money to buy Vlahovic?
Big up. But yeah, but like I said, like I say, yeah, right, okay. I think just on the game today, because like we can talk about this till we're blue in the face, yeah, right. Is that I think today just shown that we're gonna have to wait till next season to see what goes on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we've got no time machine to bring it forward, unfortunately. Okay, until then we can't say anything. I still stick by what I say. Champions League will not make no difference in my life. I'm sorry. My season was done after the cups, yeah. And whether we agree with it or not, him doing. I mean, I see what he was doing, and I stick by what I say. What he did for the Carabao Cup, but now looking back, now you've got to look at it now. That didn't really help him. Let's be honest here. You know what I mean?
I mean, fuck Levy, Alex. I think we'll actually be better off in the Europa League. I think we've got a better chance of winning games.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
I think we'd be better off in the Europa League. So, like, although like all fans, look, side, let's get top 4, top 5, we'll qualify. I'm not that fussed about that, to be honest.
It's not an achievement anymore. For me, it's not an achievement. It's not achievement anymore.
It's just a money
and for me at the moment,
6. Like it will bring in a lot more money, and then you've got to feed an extra 2 games into a crowded Premier League program as well.
Adrian, we didn't need money to get Van der Ven. We didn't need money to get Van der Ven. We didn't need money to get Vicario. We didn't need money to get in certain good players. You know what I mean?
No Europe, we had money.
So this is the point. This is the point I'm making at the moment.
I mean,
yeah?
still, you go on about 60, 70, 80 million pound players. We've shown that with Udogie, with Sarr, even with Bentancur, Basuma, even with.
But they lost today. They lost. They're not ready.
He's 23.
They're not ready.
Christ's sake. I mean, like,
but they're not ready, Adrian. They're not ready. They haven't proven anything. We're excited because they're upgrades on what we've had. We're getting overhyped. Let's see what they do with. Listen, April's coming up. Massive pressure. Let's see what they do. I want to bring in Haas because Haas wanted to speak. 1 minute. Just very quickly. Wayne Holland, thank you for the super sticker. Big up to you, my man. And Faz, big up to you as well. He says, Levy out, but we all have to stay behind Ange. Absolutely, man. Fully agree. Yeah, let's go for it, bro.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to ask Adrian, because obviously you mentioned the 50 million on Johnson, the 60 million on Richarlison. Wouldn't we be better off not signing, say, one of them and spending 110 million on like one massive player? Because this is a problem at Spurs.
Who though?
Buy like 6-7 players for like 30 million each, rather than going 2 or 3, like bigger money.
What you're fine. I agree with what you're saying, but where are these strikers? They're all gambles. Even if you go for him,
you just said we should go get Vlahovic at Juventus.
The only proven striker I think that would fit perfectly for the Ange system is Vlahovic at Juventus. Right? I think it'd be brilliant for us.
How much do you think he'll cost, Adrian?
I think you'd get him for about 60. I think you would, because Juventus is skint and the Italian league is skint.
He's cheaper than Richarlison. He's cheaper than Richarlison. No way. Never.
He'll cost 80 to 90 million, I think, at least.
Yeah.
What, for Vlahovic? No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. Because they're desperate for money. He wouldn't. I'm telling you, he wouldn't. I would like Cambiasso for him.
Will go in for him. Yeah, but Adrian, if we were the only club going in, we can drive the price down. But if there's 1 or 2 other clubs, it's a bidding war. So I don't see how we get him for 60 million.
You don't think, Adrian, if Arsenal choose to not go for Tony, they'll go for him.
I think because Levy trusts Paratici, all right, we know he's down in dodgy deals, but who isn't in football? It's like a wild west out there anyway with deals and tapping up people and all that. It's gone on for fucking years, isn't it? Right? So like, I expect us to prey on the Italian Serie A league in the summer transfer window, because it is the place you can go and get bargains. You can get bargains. You can get Festi Obelesi, the young raw defender who's also he's another Udogie basically, but like he looks good. Cambiasso, I'd love Cambiasso from Juventus because he can play left or right wing back. 24-year-old. He looks so good.
The same
But then
FIFA,
you've
mate.
got
Honestly,
you've got Matthias Juventus as well, and you've got There's actually this. We could pray on Juventus. There's about 4 players we could go there for.
Quality. We need proven, established. The same way Arsenal got Declan Rice. The same way Liverpool got Alisson and Van Dijk. The same way. The same way City got Grealish.
The problem is,
talent. No, we do know because we've been doing it for 24 years. We do know.
But the gamble is still, unless you buy homegrown players that have been proven and established over a couple of seasons minimum in the Premier League, when you buy a foreign player, I mean, like, I'm not talking about Ronaldo or Messi or something like that. You've got no guarantee that player's Irish, German. We've had them come to the Premier League before and foul. Veron came to Man United. He fouled. We've had loads.
This is the problem. This is the problem, right? Because we badly bought players in the past, let's not try and buy good players now. That makes no sense to me, right? They failed in the past because we bought dog shit. Start buying proven talent. Do you know what? We've been saying this for such a long time now. We don't buy the established players. When Arsenal signed Declan Rice, they were all buzzing. When Liverpool signed Alisson and Van Dijk, they were buzzing. We signed a player, we're like,
yeah, but Van Dijk did it at Celtic. He did it at Southampton.
How about Alisson though? Alisson was from Roma abroad.
Right?
You're proving my point. You're proving. They knew. Yes, they knew.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yes.
We don't know. We don't know what Brendan Johnson was like because he was all right. We don't know who freaking Udogie is. We don't know
before
who
he came to our club. Not in Don Belly. I didn't know nothing about him. I was raving about people because I'd watched him. I'd watched the following. I said, "This Lo Celso is a player and a half, right? We should fucking get him and all that." But it turns out he's made of glass. I know you like him. I like him as well. If he could stay injury free, which I don't think he will do, I still think he could do a job for us. But like.
Catch me up, Adrian. But you know what? I'll tell you what it is. You're just being very loyal to the club, which I admire. But this is my problem with the loyalty of the club. The club isn't loyal to us, right? Let me explain this. There's a blueprint. There's a blueprint out there, right? It's called the winning blueprint. And if you look at Man City, Liverpool, Chelsea, there's a blueprint of what they do. They build a team. They get rid of all the dross. And they get to a certain point, and when they get to that point, they say, "Right, let's go big now. Let's really turn up the temperature and spend big money on 1 or 2 top players." And you know what? They've all done that, and they've all gone on to be successful. And if Arsenal do it this year, they would have followed the same blueprint and pulled it off.
But we have spent money.
Wait. At Tottenham, this is what we do. You see that blueprint over there? Bullshit. We've got a different way that's unproven. There's nothing to back up our way he's going to win. Let's do it our way. And we fail every single time when there's a winning formula right there. But because Brighton had a half good season, let's copy Brighton. Brighton did nothing last year other than getting to Europe, right? If we want to win leagues, if we want to win European titles, look at the teams that have done it and say, how did they do it? Copy that. But we don't copy that. We make up this new way, leaving-nomics.
But still, it's not about pound notes. You don't have to go out and copy other teams, even if they're wealthier than you, right? If you do what
you
if you have a recruitment team, hold on. You're a coach, right? You're a recruitment team, right? You go out, you do the analysis on these players, right? You do the analysis on them. Are they any good? Do they look in a good league? Does that league compare to our league? Well, we don't really know. So, like, you do the analysis, and then you send our chief scout is Rob McKenzie. So you go, right, Rob, you and your boys, go and have a look at this player. Go and have a look at this player.
Read that out. Read this out. What
Yes,
does it say?
true. Yeah. Still, we keep trying to reinvent the wheel, right? That's right. That's fine, right? So then you go out and you hope that when you look at these players,
why is it fine?
We have looked at
one minute. Who's done it this mythical way? I want to know who's done it this mythical way.
Of about 40 players
Waffling.
of my
No, you're waffling. You're waffling. Adrian, you're waffling. You can't. No, 1 minute. You are
40
waffling.
players.
You're waffling. No, you're waffling. You can't sit there and say, "Yeah, fine," but then you go against it. He's literally said, "Stel, we keep trying to reinvent the wheel," and you're like, "Yeah, fine." So stop trying to reinvent the wheel and use the wheel. The blueprint is there. The method is there. Just copy it. But instead,
you have a recruitment team that does the analytics on a player that you're interested in or a group of players. Then if you think that player can cope or do it for you with your club, you then send your scouts out to go and look at him and do the eye test as well, right? Then you've got a decision to make. Do we go for this player or do we not? And then it becomes a question whether you're in competition with our clubs for that player.
I know how to make toast. You're telling me how to make toast. I know how to make toast.
A Premier League proven
the
player
toaster,
over 2
put it down,
seasons who's established.
give it 4 minutes,
No,
and when
you're
the
going
toast
for
is ready, it pops out.
you know
Then
he
you get
can
some
do a
butter,
job,
butter,
right?
bread,
If
and
you're
there's
going,
toast.
if you're
Adrian,
going for
I know what you're
Rapina,
saying.
you know he can do a
What are you
job
doing?
because he's done it. They've done it in the league before, right? But you don't know. When
No
you're
one
going,
has won the league title.
you don't know.
No, you're lying. You're lying. No one has won the league title in recent times, except for Leicester, the complete anomaly when all the other teams were rebuilding. No team has won the league title without spending big on those 1 or 2 players at the end of the journey. Spurs don't do that bit. We get so far, and then we say, right, what's the budget this summer? It's 200. No, let me finish. No, let me finish. Right? We get to that point, and then we say, what's the budget? The budget is 160 million pounds. Right. Go and spend that money on 2 top players that we've identified. Right. So we're going to go and spend 90 million pounds each, 2 players or 80 million pounds, whatever it is, on 2 players that we've identified. But what keeps happening is this pattern of we must buy 6 or 9 players with the money. We must do quantity over quality. And until that changes, until that changes, we ain't winning jack shit under this chairman.
I get that.
Never. I promise
that.
you.
But
So don't argue with me if you get it.
Yeah, no. Right, okay, fine, right? I get that. But are you more so like you come across to me as like you're more interested in an expensive price as if that proves that player is
But Adrian, the top players cost these expensive prices.
Hold on, has just a second. Let me finish. Okay, I respect your opinion, but let me finish. Right?
We're absolutely fucked as a
Are
club.
you more right interested in the fact that a player's 100 million quid or whether he's good enough to be a part of your team or has the quality over price? That's what I'm talking about, right? Are you talking? I mean,
but the price
I've watched
is linked to quality.
I've watched, right, and put in my group loads of videos of players we are interested in now. We may not get any of them, right? But I'll put them up there for people to have a look at, right? There are dozens.
Let's sign it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We're interested in about 40 players, right? Now, I go and look at them and I think, like, okay, yeah, that catches my eye, that you don't, whatever, let them go. I'm not interested in the price. They're good enough for us. That's what means something to me. Are they of that good quality? They can improve us and improve what we've got in our squad. I don't give a fuck if they're 100 million or £3. I don't give a shit about that. I'm not in. It seems to be
That's the point.
Oh, you've got to pay. No, I'm not saying Rice wasn't worth 100 million at Arsenal. If they win the league, of course he is, right? But I saying, like, you don't have to do that.
We wouldn't do that. Is my point. You're missing my point. We wouldn't do that. If that day comes where we need to spend big to get us over the line on 1 player or 2 max, we won't do that because we will have to maximize, squeeze blood out of a stone of the money. We will have to justify getting 4 or 5 players.
Going back then, would you have wanted Spurs to pay 100 million for Declan Rice?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Right?
What?
Adrian, you are a mindfuck. You're a proper mindfuck.
I would no. I would have ummed and
This
ahed
guy.
like that, to be honest with you. I would have ummed and ahed because I've got to be honest. No, I know he's done well for West Ham and all that, but like with me, I'm very Spurs centric. I tend to
Basuma
watch
or Declan
Spurs all
Rice?
the time.
Adrian, Basuma
Things
or
that we
Declan
play.
Rice?
No,
Adrian,
listen.
Basuma or Declan Rice?
Because
pick.
I've watched Declan
Because-
Rice play 10 games, let alone fucking 20 or more. So, like, to me, the reason I wouldn't say I wouldn't, I haven't seen enough of him. It's a bit like when players talk about.
Basuma. You've seen enough of Basuma, right? The last 4 months.
Mm.
Do you think we can do better than Basuma for the number 6?
Yes.
Right. Declan Rice is hands down better than him in the number 6. There you go.
Yeah, but then we get into the argument of like, this is the thing when I talk to other Spurs fans in my group and other else. When you say to them, what is a number 6? Everyone will turn, Stefan will turn around and say, "Oh, Rodrigo at Man City, he is the best number 6 on the planet."
He is, yeah.
Makalele, or whatever, whatever. Right? But that
He is, though.
depends. That
He's the
depends
best, yeah.
on what your perspective is.
No,
of-
Adrian.
You can
Adrian,
say the
Rodrigo's
same-
the best
No,
number
no,
6
no,
on
no.
the planet.
You can say
no
about
no
a
debate.
number 8 or
No
a number
debate.
10. What's your perspective on a number 10? Is your number 10 the number 10 that plays off a striker? Is he the number 10 that plays deep like Bobby Firmino played at Liverpool when he had the 2 wide players?
He was a
Sadio
fake
and
number
Mane?
9, not
Is your
number
number 10? Is your number 10 a Madison type free roaming player? Is your number 10 an Ericsson?
I can answer
So
this.
like,
I can answer
hold
this.
on.
Adrian,
No,
Adrian, I
there
can
is no
answer this. I can
set
answer
in
this.
stone,
No,
right?
No,
There is no set
you're
in
making
stone.
excuses. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Because Harry Kane, do you know why he costs £100 million? Not just because he scores goals, because he's versatile. Elite players are versatile.
Yeah,
They
he
can
is.
play in multiple roles. So when you say to me, is that number 10 the kind of number 10 he can do what he's asked of?
Kane was
That's
never
why
a
he's
number
worth the
9.
money.
Kane was never a number 9.
But he's-
I mean,
but
used
that's
to
why
make
he's
you laugh.
world class.
All these so-called
That's why-
pundits were saying like
the
Spurs
best-
are setting up
the
today
best- the-
4-2-3-1 with Kane up front.
The
Really?
best players,
Really?
the best
Kane never
players,
played
the
as a
best
fucking
players
number
are
9.
flexible and versatile. The best players are flexible and versatile, right?
Of course.
If Messi played on the left side, the right side, or in the middle of the 3, he does the job. The best players do that, and that's why you pay the money, the big money. What we do is we buy a player. He can only play right back, but not wing back, right back. He's just got to stay there and defend. He can't go forward, right? We buy the most rigid players. The players that aren't rigid, they're worth the money. Will Spurs do that? No, they don't. We don't do it.
Well, we will see how this squad evolves and improves. If we don't get at least 3 players in the summer, then although I've renewed, I'm guilty. I've renewed my season ticket already, right? Because I love the club, been following for over 60 years. So like, then
got nothing wrong with that.
Next season to me may well be. I'm getting old. I might not live to be that long anyway to see the season up. But I mean, like,
Take care, everyone.
next season to me,
man.
if we don't show some ambition in the summer transfer window, I mean, I like what I've seen so far. Disappointed today, obviously, as we all are. But I mean, like, if we don't show ambition in this transfer window, we don't really show ambition to Ange, then I'll just think, well, fuck it, basically. And that'll be sad. I mean, I've been lucky enough to experience Spurs win 14 of their 17 main trophies. So, like, and I feel sorry for the younger generation of fans that haven't seen us even win a trophy. And I want to win trophies, and trophies to me are more important than top 4. Like, so, you know, I wait and live in hope. Still, I'll wait and live in hope. I love you guys because you're all Spurs fans. You all love the club, obviously. And like, I've never known a more passionate group. I mean, every club likes to think their fans are the best in the world. But I tell you what, over the years, I've supported Spurs because we've endured so much hardship as a club. I mean, like, you could want for a better fan base than we've got, in my opinion. That's not with being. That's not.
I think Adrian, the fan base was better more in your era, my dad's era, because when the stories that he tells, my dad's like, he's in his mid to late 60s, right?
Danny,
so he's
Danny,
seen,
when
he's
seen
seen all the stuff.
He's been to
He's been to
right?
European Cup finals, Adrian, and seen us
Yeah.
lift
Let me
trophies,
finish.
right?
When I used to
Adrian,
go
let me
away
finish.
with
Adrian,
Spurs,
Adrian, let me
this is the
finish.
point. Hold
Adrian.
on, man. Hold on. Right. My dad has seen that sort of stuff that you've seen, right? He's seen Jimmy Greaves play. He's seen all of the best generational eras that we've gone through and actually won trophies, right? He's seen that. My dad now, he's so disinterested in Spurs, right? That he occasionally watches it if it's on.
That's
And
sad.
most of the time, right? He in the last 20 years, most of the time he just gets pissed off. And like, I don't really speak about Spurs too much with my dad because he's just what he calls footballers nowadays is a bunch of prima donnas, right? Overpaid wankers is what he calls them. That's what he calls footballers. And when he looks at Tottenham compared to what he used to see, it's night and day, right? And the fact that we've got an owner now who's not driven by winning, ambition by winning, right? Winning trophies, that's changed the complete culture of Tottenham Hotspur in the last 25 years. And that's the problem, Adrian. It's the culture that's changed, right? And this is why fans like myself, I've only seen 2 cups in my life. I'm 31 years old. I've seen 2 cups, right? 2 league cups. That's how pathetic it is, right? My dad talks about when he went to the European final and saw us lift a European trophy. I could only dream of that. Like my dad's seen FA Cup. He's been to FA Cup. He was at the FA Cup final when Ricky Villa scored that goal. He was there. He watched that game. He was, and it was the best game he's ever been to.
Yeah,
my dad.
I mean,
that's the thing. Like, I want experience.
Spurs were known to have the best away support in London. Not this silly 3,000 you're allowed when you go away games. I mean, you'd go away. I remember when Forest got promoted under Cloughy. No, we got promoted and we had to play Forest away, and we weren't given a prayer and hell's chance. And we actually drew at Forest 1-1. Ricky Villa scored actually after Argentina won the World Cup in '78. And we were away there. Not only did we took the whole side of the Forest ground up and half of the away end as well. I mean, Spurs had the biggest away support in London. It was always known, and it used to get mentioned in the papers, Spurs with a huge away support. Not this silly 3,000. I couldn't get even a ticket with my points now to an away game, right?
Do you
And
know
my
what,
season
Adrian, as well?
points, Go on, mate.
Do you know what I think? What the ownership now have done is they've divided the fan base so much. Now, what I see in the Spurs fan base is there's still a lot of I think every Spurs fan is a passionate fan, but there's a lot of delusional Spurs fans, and that's because of what the media and the PR have been pushed by Tottenham and the club, right, from the board and the top levels of what we actually are, right? So the fans will think, oh no, look, they've done a really good job. But what the fans forget is what is the fundamental thing in football? It's about winning, right? And that's not what if people actually invest their time to study Spurs and the back end of Spurs, like the actual what they're actually doing, what they're doing outside of football, how they're trying to make their money, right? You can see so many patterns, but people just the average fan doesn't give a shit about that, right? And that's the problem, because all they do is, I see it in the stadium when I go to the stadium, right? You'll see the average fan, they'll talk about the game, they'll go home, they'll have a few beers, that's it. They might talk about what happened in the game, but they won't talk about, oh, did you know that the club are trying to build a golf course? They bought land, right, in Enfield to build a golf course. Did you know they're trying to completely redesign the area of Tottenham because they want to gentrify it to make it a tourist attraction? Did you know that they're trying to do this? And it's like, okay, so
Danny, I agree with you. I fear for the future generation of fans. I think we're going to end up with a passive fan base with no atmosphere in the stadium, because they'll just be the people that have got the jobs which pay good wages, that can afford to have season tickets. We've got 42,000 season ticket holders, 8,000 corporate. That's 50,000, 3,000 away fans. That's 53,000. That leaves about 9,000 for those that are a part of the Spurs. There's 2 types of membership. One, you can go on the membership, you pay an extra $5. You can go on the season ticket membership. The other, I forget what the memberships are called now. There's 2 of them. And when I looked at it a few years ago, not now, because it might have dropped off, I don't know, there was 170,000 on the waiting list. Now, someone said recently it's 90,000 or 70,000. That might be true now. It might have changed. I mean, I don't know. And all I know is if I give my season ticket up, someone else will take it. And there won't be and I hope they'd be as passionate as I am, because I love the club with every atom on my body. But I mean, like, I don't see it, and I just see it becoming. I see it with all football clubs and all management. You know, it's all clubs becoming like, as Roy Keane said, the prawn sandwich brigade of fans that will sit there and watch a game of football. A lot of them just because, oh, we were there at an event. You know, they want to say like, I was there when that happened or whatever. You know, and I just think it's just a sad indictment of football. It's been taken away from the working class like me. I'm just an ex bricklayer. That's all I am. A retired ex bricklayer, right, who loves my club. And I don't like what's happened in the game. I don't like what's happened the money-wise and all that. I don't see, you know, I mean, why do you think like prior to 1992, when the Premier League was inaugurated, right? Prior to that, the European clubs in Italy and Spain, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Juventus and all that, they ruled. They had the money. They were buying all the top players. They were getting them all and all that, right? That's fine. They were profligate with their money, but they had all these TV rights, which are different to the way we distribute money here. And they were doing it. When the Premier League came in, being so exciting and all that, like, they didn't like it, because now we're the money generating league. We're the league that football fan base throughout the world wants to watch play. We're the ones that the advertisers want to come to and give us their money. The TV companies want to come and give us their money and all. They don't like it. Why do they want a Super League? Listen, the reason they want a Super League, one, to try and get rid of some of their debt, and two, to break the stranglehold that the Premier League has on world football. And a Super League will never work without the Premier League, because the fan base across the world will always support the Premier League because they like the football, because it's exciting and fast. You can argue whether it's the best league in the world or not, in one way, technically or whatever, but that is always the way. And even the fucking Arab League, right? That will never be the threat that everybody says it's going to be. The Arab League, a brief synopsis, right? Their league runs from like August through to May, right? Their average crowds in the Arab League, Saudi League, are like 6,000. The top club gets a 40,000 capacity. That's it. And why? They've got the money to entice players, but they will never be able to play football like we play in our league, because for one, it's too hot there. It's 30 to 40 degrees in the summer, right? And their games have to be played at like 9 o'clock at fucking night. Now, they can nick players from Italy and Spain also play in hot climates, but then, you know, and they'll nick players at the end of their career, but they're never going to be a threat to the Premier League. Never. As long as the Premier League, you know, stick to their guns and don't bottle it and sell their souls out, we will always rule.
Guys, listen, I'm going to let everyone have their last say, and then I'm going to wrap it up, because we're coming up to 4 hours. I've got work tomorrow as well. last time you're allowed on.
Great chat with you guys anyway.
Guys, we've still got over 500 people watching. It's been an unbelievable show tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Make sure you follow Mr. Box Office, Hasper, Tottenham on Tour. Yeah, Adrian, go on. I'll let you say your final words. You got a minute maximum.
Oh, well, you can find me under my name here on Twitter or ex-Twitter. I'm also on Facebook for those that use Facebook. If you do or not, I've got a little group of 13,500 or something, 3,500 on Twitter or whatever. If people like to hear what I've got to say, some do, some don't. That's fair enough. All right, so that's about it, really. Cheers for logging in, guys. Big up to you all in the chat and to you on the panel as well.
Respect. Hasper,
Yeah,
what's your,
you're
how
right.
you feeling, man?
Final
Final thoughts.
Thanks for having me on. Haven't been on here in probably like months, maybe, I don't know.
Whenever you want,
but yeah, so you can find me at Hasper TV. I should have a match reaction video tomorrow morning. It's going to be quite a long one, actually, 15 minutes. So yeah, quite long. And hope I start streaming again, because now, anyway, I've got a bit more time next week. So yeah, go subscribe to Hasper TV. And if you want to follow me ranting on Twitter, it's at, or X, it's at Hasper92. Yeah.
And Spurs Kings.
Oh yeah, Spurs Kings TV. Yeah, I forgot on a Friday. 'Cause you know what? Now we do the trio stream. Now we do the trio stream, so it all streams on the same platform. So yes, go subscribe to Spurs Kings TV as well.
Yeah.
Big up
Marlon and
Ashmatic.
Yes, brilliant.
Box
Brilliant.
office. Box office.
I just want to say something because I haven't really said that much today, to be honest with you, because I've just been enjoying watching people debating themselves, and that's it for me. So, but just to say this, because it's all hype. It's all hype from the rivals saying that we're playing really well at the moment. It's all hype, and why I say that is big up to Spurs Kings. Asthmatic, Marlon, and Haz, especially to that rival show. I really do recommend you go and watch that show, especially Wednesday. Yeah, big up to Deji, by the way, because I actually like Deji. I like his jip. You know what I mean? He gave me a go. He gave it a go.
I saw you arguing with him, Matt.
Yeah, he gave it a go. But unfortunately, a great Manchester United fan, it's not even on YouTube, summed it up perfectly about Ange Postecoglou. Because when people are saying, oh, Tottenham Hotspur are absolutely fantastic. Oh, yeah, they're playing great football. The Man United fan says this. He's only been here 5 minutes. He's only been here 5 minutes. And what was Mr. Box Office telling everybody? You've only been here 5 minutes. He said something more sensible than any other Tottenham fan said any time. And I was on a stream on North London is ours, and some Arsenal fan was telling me, everyone that was celebrating me because he was on the football terrace, yeah, who I've absolutely rinsed to pieces, by the way, yeah, right, said to me, oh, we're playing great football, Alex. What are you talking about, Mr. Box Office? I've heard more sense from that guy, and he doesn't do YouTube. It's all hype. It's all hype. Yeah, maybe listen to your real boys rather than listen to hype guys who want YouTube clicks and hits, and that's it. Yeah, because Mr. Box Office doesn't do that. He does real and real time, and that's it. And you'll get more of that because you'll see something that I'm working on right now. My reaction. Yeah, keep it locked in. Yeah, I'm near to 1,000 subscribers as well, so maybe help me to my boy, and that's it. Yeah, right, and that's it. Yeah, because when I'm hearing this, what I'm hearing at the moment, yeah, I'm not angry. It might look like I'm angry. I'm just telling you, this is how I jip, this is how I go. Yeah, but I'm not finished with this at the end of the day. I'm still looking long term because I'll see my point proven long term, and that's it. Yeah, because all today we haven't been talking about the game. We've been talking about Daniel Levy, and that's a problem, and that's it. Yeah, as I said before, you know where to find me. It's Mr. Box Office TV. Like and subscribe. And as always, if you don't know, get to know. Back to you, Stelios. I'm done. And also, just a last minute thing as well. Just because I make bets with people and say I'd rather win an Arsenal shirt, yeah, I don't bet for money, yeah. Because let's be real, yeah, I haven't got the money to do that right now. Certain people can do that. Certain people can't. Yeah. So doesn't mean I'm an Arsenal fan because I just put an Arsenal shirt on. I made a bet with Barnaby, so I had to put something on the line. Yeah. So I wasn't going to do money, and that's it. So it doesn't make me an Arsenal
Was it
fan.
on We Are Tottenham TV you're talking about?
Yeah.
What was the bet, Alex?
Yeah. Well, you said that certain players are going to do well in the future, and that's it. Yeah,
I'll tell you what it is. Because I was there. And Barnaby said Brennan Johnson will become a world-class player in the next 2 to 3 years. Listen, boy. Listen, everyone's allowed their opinions, right? Everyone's allowed their opinions.
Like I said, I'm not here to change people's opinion. I'm not here to change people's opinion. I respect people's opinion. But what I'm not going to do, you're going to get my opinion. Yeah? Right? The only thing I do respect is what Deji did. Yeah? He gives it to me, but respects my time. Respects me, and that's it. Back to you, Stelios. I'm done. If you don't know, get to know.
Does Barnaby think that Davinson Sanchez is still going to be a world-class player? I mean, I'm not being funny, but that is the most delusional a sentimental Spurs fan mentality I've ever heard. If he actually watches, no, I'll call it out. I don't care. If he actually watches Brennan Johnson and actually thinks he's going to be a world-class player, then I think our fan base is lost. Honestly, that's the definition of the fan base just not understanding football, right? And it's just all they see is sentimentality. That is it. Because he plays for Tottenham. Oh, what? He's going to be a world-class player. Come on, man. I've seen him for the last year and a half in the Premier League, longer, 18 months in the Premier League, right? And he has shown absolutely no signs of world-class ability, not once.
No,
not even of a high
Dan,
level.
I agree. You got to
No
finish.
end
You got to finish his chances. He's got to finish his dinner.
But
then,
Adrian,
like,
even when he
should
was
be
a-
doing
even
it,
when
he
was a-
should be doing it at 22. He should be burying that chance today. For
No,
example.
I agree. But even at like Nottingham Forest, if you actually watch the goals he scored, they were similar, like just tap-ins. They weren't good goals.
He did get. I think.
Guys,
11 goals in one season
Adrian, I
for
stand
them.
corrected. Guys, I stand
Sorry,
corrected. I stand corrected. Barnaby said he'll be the best player in England, not world class. In England.
Okay, that's fair enough.
In England,
Yeah.
what?
That's
As in,
Barnaby
like-
Slater, I assume. Yeah. Yeah.
So
So,
better
yeah.
than Haaland in 2-3 years.
Is
Well,
that
no,
what
no.
it means?
Look,
Yeah, I
look,
don't know
at
what it
least,
means.
at least, like, okay, Johnson's going to be a
Bellingham,
squad
yeah?
player.
Jude Bellingham,
Games
yeah?
like
All right.
season
Better
training.
than
He may
Foden.
kick on.
Okay.
He's 22. He may kick on. If he doesn't, we fuck him off. I mean, like, you know.
That's what's going to happen, Adrian, in a few
I'm
years'
not,
time.
I
I'm
think
not
they'll give
gonna
him one
throw
more
him under
year.
the bus. I'll throw Werner under the bus. Werner's fucking 28. He's shit. I don't care if he's got 2 goals and 4 assists. He cannot finish. He's a hit and hope merchant. To me, no, I don't want him. But we'll see. Ange might want to keep him.
Have one good winger at Spurs, other than Kulu, who's the most inconsistent
Solomon.
winger.
Yeah.
Solomon.
And most fans don't even like him anyway.
Solomon looks a good winger.
If Kulu had more pace,
You can't say that, Adrian. We haven't seen him in this Spurs yet.
Fulham,
No,
Fulham
what
he couldn't even
Danny,
start for
I
Fulham.
see him. He come
He
on
couldn't
the
even
right
start.
a couple of times, had a couple of cameos. He looked
No,
good. He was
Solomon.
taking
He
players
didn't even
off, which
start
was
for
good.
Fulham.
Adrian,
And then
Adrian.
when he
He couldn't
actually,
even start.
when he
I know what
actually,
you're saying now.
no, when he caught my attention was the 5-2 away game at Burnley. when
Okay,
he
that's
got
one
2
game,
assists.
Adrian.
I thought, yeah, true, Danny, true. But I thought, hang about. This is not a head down charging winger who doesn't look up, who's got vision. Decky's got fantastic vision. He looks around, he knows what's going on around him. He's
Burnley
Marmite.
getting relegated.
Burnley
Burnley getting
But Solomon, I
relegated,
looked at him,
Adrian.
I thought, hang on, because I like players when I watch on videos, players that, you know, with vision that move the ball quickly can make things happen. Solomon's got that. Decky's got that. I mean, Decky's got 13 goals, 18 assists,
do you know what?
74 games. I mean, it's good stats. But fans don't like him. That's fair enough. Fair enough.
I was gonna bring this up still because I saw some reports about this as well. That he's not actually as injured as people say he is. I don't know if it's true, right?
He's gone.
Right.
Yeah.
But do you think this could be the reason why he's not playing? And maybe
He definitely made some comments on social media about the Palestine-Israel
he was very
situation.
vocal about it.
And yeah,
Delete his Instagram
listen,
or something. I think.
with Spurs, God knows, man. Who knows?
Yeah.
We never know the truth until.
But
listen, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Danny, finish off your
Okay.
point. You finish off your.
yeah, no, I just think we just
guys.
I just think we need to just not jump the gun. I'm expecting these type of results this season. I was never expecting us to get top 4 at all. So we're actually doing better than what I expected. And like I said earlier, my main thing is, look, as much as we hate it, we are in this process now of Ange, and we have to see how it goes over the next couple of windows and see how, the first step is see what they do in the summer. If they don't go and bring in quality in the summer, then I don't think the windows after that following are not going to be good personally. This summer, like they have to actually do what we expect them to do, which is to go and get 2 at least players that walk into that first team. If they don't do that, what's the point? We're not going to do what we need to do to try and win trophies. So we're going to get up and down results. We're going to get up
Danny,
and down.
do you think he'll last more than 2 years?
I do, yeah. I think in the summer, I think we'll get at least 1 player that walks into that first 11. I would like 2 minimum, bare minimum, because that's the only way you're going to improve.
I think we'll get 4 players in the summer, and I think
No, Adrian. I'm talking about walking into the first team. I don't think we're going to get 4.
Yeah,
no, we're not getting 4 players that walk into the first team.
3 oven-ready players in the summer, and one
We're not
youngster.
going to do that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Fair enough. We'll see. We'll see.
What we are going to do is wrap up the show. All I'm going to do is say thank you to everyone that came on the show today. Big up all of you.
Big
Always
up to you in
welcome
the
on the
chat.
post
Big up
match
to you in the
shows.
chat as well.
Yeah, big up everyone.
Make sure you subscribe to all the channels. I will update the description part of the video so everyone can find the links. Also, thank you to Connor, Dietrich, Henry Thong, edX, Matt, Della Spurs. Super big up to you, Della Spurs. Honestly, that was massively generous. Big up to edX again, Wayne Holland and Faz. Everyone in the chat that watched, participated, engaged, awesome. And yeah, and you Chat Sport. Cheers. That's it, guys. We're out of here. We'll be back on Monday where we do our weekly show, a Monday podcast, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Make sure you subscribe to the others. I've said it about 1,000 times. All right, that's it. We're done. We're out of here, people. It's been emotional. 4-hour show. My God. Peace.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.